Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you. First time in 10 years, I got one back, okay? Today is September 9th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Monday, September 21st. October dates are going to be Wednesday, October 7th, and Tuesday, the 20th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there'll be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. Chairman, do you have any announcements or anything to make?
No.
No? All right, we're good to go. First item in Buffalo is 2092 Cork and Screw Wines and Spirits.
Good morning. I'm Robert Romano on behalf and with Mr. and Ms. Pryor, Walter and Chandra. And I don't know if you'd like to hear opposition first, if there is any. Call for opposition.
Is there opposition?
There's no opposition present.
I didn't hear.
Okay.
There's no opposition present?
No, there's no opposition present.
Okay, so go ahead.
Very briefly, I'd like to just point out, as I've learned from this board, that size indeed does matter. And in keeping with that, the Pryor's store is only 914 square feet. There are 16,000 square feet of stores. I do realize in a southern direction within 2 miles. However, they do not service the specific area. This store is really a target store, targeted for the immediate Buffalo Niagara International Airport area, which is an airport which just was renovated, a $45 million renovation. It services over 5 million passengers a year. There are 8 hotels on that strip on Route 33 that are not being serviced. The guests there and the employees all are calling for this store. We found no opposition from the hotels whatsoever. In fact, we have submitted a letter from one of them indicating as such. And I think if the Pryors wish to speak, or if you need to hear any further argument, willing to hear.
Yeah, do they have something to say?
Walter, Chandra?
Yes, I just would like to add, as Mr. Romano stated, that we're really focusing on the area hotels as well as the airport across the street. We do notice that there are no liquor stores in that direct area. Even with us coming back and forth to the airport prior to moving back here, we saw that there was a void, and we just wanted to have that opportunity to fill the void.
It also should be pointed out that that 0.98 mile distance, or for argument's sake, a mile distance between the nearest stores, a little over a 2-mile drive. So, and you've got the other stores. One is on the opposite side of Route 90. There was an application. It was pointed out there was a letter in opposition. I noticed that they pointed out the Yellow Brick store application was denied, but that was a large store almost adjacent to an existing store. And I believe that's why this board turned them down.
How much of this 914 square feet is retail? Is it all of it, or?
No.
Yeah, basically all of it, yes.
Well, I think you mentioned you will have an office and a storage area as well.
Yes, we will have an office and a storage area. It's approximately 63 square foot that we're talking about.
So roughly.
So when you talk about servicing the airport, are you talking about visitors or local residents that get off the airport and then they would stop by your store on their way home? What kind of airport impact are you talking about?
So we're talking about the visitors that are coming in from the airport. They're staying in the hotels that are directly behind and next to us. And on their way to the hotel, they may want to stop by and grab them a bottle versus, traveling 2 or 3 miles to find the next closest liquor store. So we're talking about those individuals. We're also talking about the employees of the airport and the surrounding hotels who may want to possibly grab a bottle of wine or liquor on their way home from work.
And so your store would be right at the entrance of the airport?
So there's 4 entrances of the airport right on Genesee Street, and we sit right across from one of the entrances.
And both of you will be managing it?
Yes.
We will.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I approve.
I approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
2039, Catherine Zafal.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Neil Cuomo. I'm here with Catherine Zafal, the applicant for this hearing.
Hi, so you had a previous application canceled in December of 2014?
Correct.
Yes.
It was, right?
And
I'm sorry?
I was involved in that particular incident also. I represented Ms. Zufall on that. And are you in receipt of a letter that I had faxed to the authority last week?
Yes. We have that letter.
Basically, yeah, it's a summary of basically the nightmare that she lived in that particular thing. The people that had the bar before her had it as a hotel restaurant. She got someone that used to be an investigator for the liquor authority to assist her with the application. He says it's just going to be easiest to just leave it as a hotel restaurant. Bad advice from day one. It was nothing but a headache from day one. She had worked at that place for about 1.5 years. The owner wanted to get out. He offered her the opportunity to step in. She tried to keep it the same as a biker bar, have concerts like he had. The character of the neighborhood in that particular town, it had a lot of little antique shops and stuff. It had no business having a biker bar with outdoor concerts in the middle of that town. She made a lot of mistakes. She was over her head as far as the type of business that was. She's scaled it back now to where she's trying to have a country kitchen. That's the name of it, and that's the character of it. She's got a wonderful kitchen. She's a good cook. There are very few places for a 5 or 10 mile radius around this particular place. It used to be licensed with beer and wine. The couple went through a divorce. It was closed for about 1 year, and now she's reopening it. The character is there. The need is there. There's people that have hunting cabins. There's people that have rural farms around there. There's some seasonal camping locations in the area. People want to get out and have a bite to eat, have some dinner, have a glass of wine or a beer with it.
I mean, I'm sure all that's true, but the obvious problem here is her.
Yeah. Well, I understand what you're saying. She has 14 years experience in the restaurant business. She had no experience other than being a barmaid in the bar business. She had no business being in that business. A lot of mistakes. It almost caused her bankruptcy. She's had a lot of financial hits and a lot of problems as a result of the Varysburg Hotel. She's just trying to put her past behind her and make a living. She's a hard worker. I've been to the place. The food's good. And she just wants an opportunity to prove to you that she can do this and continue to be a productive member of society. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare for her. It was a
But
nightmare
when you say it's a nightmare, you're almost transferring the blame onto the previous owner, as if I get that she might have gotten bad advice to keep it as a hotel with a restaurant or hotel serving liquor, wine, and beer, but then her actions are after but the noise complaints, the extension of premises violations, the karaoke music, the method of operation. That had nothing to do with the previous owner. Those were all violations she was fully aware of and continued to do it until we had to cancel the license.
Not exactly true. First of all, she kind of tried to continue doing what they had done. They always had outdoor concerts. They always had this band on the patio and people out front. It was wrong and it was a violation, but she wasn't aware of that. And when it was, she stopped doing it. With respect to the complaints from the neighbors in town, I was at the hearings. we had a number of people came in for the hearing, residents and other businesses in that town, and to a T, every one of them said that yes, she's trying to do better, yes, she's doing what she can, but the character of this business doesn't fit, it's gotta go. So every one of them said and acknowledged that she was making strides and was doing better after their complaints. I understand it's a leap of faith, but I also understand that this is far different character application than an on-premises liquor license, a saloon, so to speak. This is a kitchen, it's a restaurant, and it's only gonna have beer and wine. And I think if anybody knows and has learned from prior
What are the
mistakes-
hours? What are the hours of the new proposed venue?
They're open from 6 o'clock in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, 4 days a week, and they're open until 9 o'clock on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays. The idea being they're gonna have some dinner entrees and try to have a little bit of a dinner crowd, but they'll close by 9 p.m. At the latest, and that's only 3 days a week.
So, no live music, no DJs, no karaoke nights. Is that correct?
Totally correct. This is not gonna be a bar in any shape or form. It's gonna be a restaurant where people can enjoy a glass of wine.
You know, I'll have to be honest, usually with, when we cancel a license so recently, based on character and fitness, it makes it very difficult to go ahead and license a new application so soon thereafter. But given what you're telling me, if those are the hours with the stipulations you've just stated, I'm willing to give her another chance.
Thank you.
Chairman, are you ready to vote?
Yeah.
So I approve based on those stipulations.
I'll approve as well, but under the same stipulations, but if she ends up back here one time, that's the end of it.
Understood. Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. Albany 2033, Route 7 Wine and Liquor Corp.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Eric Dratler from Tavener, Ryan, and Kennery. On behalf of Route 7 Wine and Liquor Corporation. And
I'm Amit Patel, applying for Route 7 Wine and Liquor.
Do we have any opposition there?
Yes, Commissioner, we do.
Could we start with the opposition, please?
My name's Marion Kerr, my husband James. We are with Cork and Bottle Wine and Spirits in Colony, New York. We're opposing the opening of a new liquor store. I don't believe that we have the clientele to merit another business. And I feel that we are so brand new, only being a year and a quarter old, that we are still growing our business and pulling from the current population, that if another store opens, we will definitely feel a decrease in our clientele, and not only will it affect us, but the distributors as well, because we'll be sharing product, not sharing product, but they won't be able to sell more to us because clients will be going elsewhere as well. That everybody, it's a lose-lose for everyone, I feel.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the applicant come up, please?
Hi, Commissioners. Route 7 Wine and Liquor is on Route 7, as indicated in its name. Route 7 is also known as Troy Schenectady Road. It's a major thoroughfare. Has very heavy traffic on it. The opposition's owner store that is over 2 miles away, and by car on MapQuest it's over 2.5 miles away. It's on a completely different road. It's in a different neighborhood. There are no other and they happen to be the closest of the other liquor stores that are in the region. So there's not a heavy density of liquor stores here. Like I said, this is a major thoroughfare. It's also a part of a new development. There was a large bowling alley there that was torn down. And this is part of a new plaza that's got a Starbucks, a frozen yogurt place, a kitchen restaurant, a hair salon, a golf simulator. There's also going to be a marketplace there selling all sorts of foods and food products. They're looking to get a meat market and a personal trainer. So there's a whole development right in this plaza in which the Route 7 Wine and Liquor is going to be located. And I think it'll help the public. Like I said, this being a major road like this will give the public another option to access their desires to consume and purchase alcohol. And I think it'll be advantageous to the public and to the public convenience. So we ask that the application be approved.
Where's the money coming from that
The
is the source? What's the source of the money that's setting this up?
All the funds are coming from Mr. Patel personally through earnings that he had in his other employment.
Which is what?
I work with UL Corporation. It's a software development company.
That's a lot. You saved a lot of money for this, huh?
Easter. I try my best to save some.
And you're not getting any loans from any of your family members?
No.
Well, what are you going to have here that's anything different than what's already there in your 3-4 closest stores?
Basically, this is the biggest. Route 7 is a very heavy traffic, and if you can see, there are hundreds and hundreds of cars going every day, normally evening time. So that's the market I'm targeting, basically, more than the local community. As well as, same, there are a lot of offices nearby, and all the offices means same way, like going back home, they can have another option to buy liquor or
What about 579 Troy Schenectady Road North? It's called All Star Wine and Spirits. Isn't that also on the main Route 7 road?
No, that's way far other side of the Route 87. 87 is a major.
Greg Allen store.
So 3 miles?
All right. Well, I'm being told by someone who lives there that it's in a completely different area. So never mind my question, please.
What are you providing that Cork and Bottle doesn't?
I'm not sure that they're necessarily providing anything other as far as product goes. He intends to have a retail liquor store. So I mean, he'll personalize it to what his he finds to be his clientele's desires and needs, just as they'll do the same with their liquor store.
I mean, you heard her. They've basically been there just over a year, and they're not setting the world on fire.
Well, that's right. They're in a different area. They're on a much less traveled road, smaller road, in a smaller plaza, and that happens. Whatever they're doing is he shouldn't be adversely affected because of their location and what they're doing. He's going on, like I said, a very major road and providing a service to the community.
But that is relevant, is the other ones that are close to him, and they're close to him as well as the next closest one. Their sales are completely flat over the last 4 years. So the sales would indicate that there's not a need for another store.
Well, we believe that there will be an opportunity there for him to make a profitable store, given the location and the new development that's happening in that area.
New development meaning residential development or the shopping center development?
The shopping center area.
Well, given that we had just licensed Cork and Bottle about a year ago, and then out of the within 3.3 miles, we have 26,000 square feet of package stores. I just, at this time, it's hard for me to say that there would be any added public convenience or advantage by approving this application, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I agree with him and vote to deny as well. I think that there's, as he mentioned, there's 26,000 square feet of liquor store within 3.3 miles. The area is all single-family homes, and the sales of all of these liquor stores would indicate that there really is no need for an additional liquor store in that area right now. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. I think after we get better numbers on Cork and Bottle, in a year or so, perhaps we could re-examine it, but I don't think there's a need right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thank you, Cindy. First item here is 2042 CHM Liquors.
Good morning. Kevin Dano McMullen and Panoff, and I'm here with Carol Morey, the applicant. Here to ask for reconsideration. You may recall that at the last hearing there was a split vote. Shall I argue?
No, my question would be, in your letter or in the submissions, it was a little unclear to me. Are you saying that Gap Partners, who we licensed across the parking lot, is no longer going to be moving in to that space?
I'm not saying, well, let me say exactly, let me say exactly what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay? Gap, just to explain to you, if I may back up a second and explain why Gap Partners changed their opposition to Pro, and at the same time answer your question, if I may. As you may recall, this is a tremendous new city that is being created. The plan for the city was to have 2 package stores, but there were restrictive covenants that show where the package stores could go. One next to the Costco, the other one in what was called the Nabisco factory. The Gap Partners took their application for the Nabisco factory. This is what may I approach?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
This.
And what are these?
This.
Okay.
Cookie machines. Nabisco.
These photographs show what the Nabisco factory looks like today. Gap Partners applied for made their application for a license on December 31st, 2014. They have done no work to open up that store. And the reason they've done no work to open up that store, I believe, now I can't speak for Gap, but I believe is because as you see, those premises are filled with factory equipment, and removing that material would be extremely expensive and difficult. Gap wants to move to another location, not far from where they are, but another location in the shopping center to avoid hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in reconstruction, which they have not even started. They can't do that because of the restrictive covenants. One of the parties of the restrictive covenant is Costco. Costco agreed to allow Gap to move to another location in the shopping center equidistant, provided that they supported this application, and also provided that this application was awarded. Otherwise, they have to go into that space, which they haven't even started. So we're almost a year down the road.
So your argument is we're holding it up?
I'm not arguing that at all. I am suggesting to you first that public convenience and advantage, it would be greatly served by allowing this store. I am suggesting to you that over 2,000 people a day, more or less, it's sometimes 1,000, sometimes 3,000, go to this Costco and are not being serviced. I am suggesting to you that the kind of store that we're talking to is a small store, relatively speaking. It's 4,500 square feet, whereas the other one is more than twice that. And that it services a different kind of clientele and gives a different kind of choice to consumers, and that there is room for both. But certainly, this store should be licensed, because this store is the one that is more convenient and it could be open before Christmas, where that store may not be open still for a year. So I'm not saying that you're holding anything up. Well, you are holding up Ms. Morey's application, but the Gap is their application has been approved, but the moving forward of that is based upon whether or not they want to spend the money to do it. Not anything that the liquor authority has said.
I don't know how much more time they have before they move in on an approved location. If they just leave it as is and never act on it, I'm told we usually allow 6 months to a year, and the time's coming up really fast. So if their license goes away, then it's a different story. We wouldn't be reconsidering this issue.
I understand that, but the application here is the application here. Waiting, that would be a tragedy for the public convenience advantage, to have to wait a year to see if they open up. Let them both open up. Let them compete. Competition is good for the public convenience and advantage, and this particular area is the poster child for where such competition should be allowed. In addition to the material that I presented to you the last time, Kodak has just decided to rent out Kodak Park, and there are going to be somewhere between 53 and 83. Give me a second. New businesses coming in there immediately, and in connection with the opening up of Kodak Park, which is right there, the New York State is going to throw another $1.5 million into renovations in the area. This is an area that the state of New York has put a tremendous amount of money into trying to renovate and rebuild. And this is part of that concept. This is part of what the state is looking for. They put 177, not the state, but there's $177 million in new building just for Citygate. Then there's College Town that was just rebuilt over there, which again is not a college town. It's just a place.
How far is the Kodak Park from?
It's in Rochester. So
No, I know it's in Rochester, but how far from this location approximately?
I don't know the answer to that. Could you check that one? We'll check that.
What is Kodak Park exactly?
Kodak Park, Kodak used to be up there in Rochester, and they sort of went the way of the dodo with digital photography, but they still own all the land up there. So what's happening is they decided that they would rent that land to digital commerce, and the state is working with them to do that, and they're bringing in another $100 million in construction there, that the state is putting in. The state's putting in the $100 million for construction, the state of New York, along with $150 million to improve the highway systems up there, because the state is saying, we want, look, I mean, this was a depressed area. And the governor and the legislature has been doing their best to revive these depressed areas, and these projects that we're talking about.
Okay, so aside from all of the investment in New York by New York State, my question is about something you said, the restrictive covenant between that allows for or that calls for 2 package stores. Where is that restrictive covenant coming from? The shopping mall as a landlord for future tenants, or you mentioned the city?
Okay, so just to be sure, to be clear, the city is what you call. It's not a city.
Okay.
The city is what you call this development.
Okay.
That,
The shopping mall development.
But except that it's not a shopping mall like the kind of things that you heard about before. There's housing there. There's hotels there. There's parks there. There's
how many housing in that? I mean, it's this diagram right here, I assume, with Costco in it, right?
Right.
So how many
that's
new housing is in this?
Yes,
development.
There's housing there.
No, but how much housing is in this new development?
1 second.
can't really, I mean,
I have the information,
yeah, sure.
I just have to find it.
Oh, MFR is the multifamily residential. It's
Yes.
over in this one corner, but I just want to know how many housing units are being added. And so you're saying that within this development, there's a restrictive covenant that calls for a maximum of two,
Not a maximum. Yes, I guess it is a maximum. Yes, it is a
a
maximum.
maximum of two package stores, but
What
that's
happened?
not binding on, there doesn't have to be two package stores. If one comes in at 11,000 square feet, as opposed to maximum of two that are 5,500 square feet each, so the restrictive covenant issue really isn't relevant
Well,
for me.
It's relevant. What you're saying, Commissioner Kim, is true in this sense. The fact that there is a restrictive covenant it limits how many package stores there can be, and it demonstrates what the plan for this neighborhood was when it was created, and what the builders believe is in the best interest of the community and the people that come to shop in this area. So it's relevant in that sense. If you're stating that it's not relevant, that it doesn't bind you or require you to give two licenses, that's absolutely true. But it does show that the developer of this city that put $177 million into it made a decision as part of his building plan that there should be two package stores, and they're two different kinds of package stores, completely different. One is
Okay, so let's move on. I mean, to me, it just says that in this development, they foresee that the number of population that's going to be added, whether it's in the workforce or in the residential space, maximum of two package stores would be reasonable or would be ideal in their world. It's just that they didn't state what square footage each package store would be. So if you tell me, and so that's where I need to know how many people are moving in here, because if you tell me 100 people are moving in, then all I'm going to tell you is 11,000 square feet of package store space is plenty for 100 people, plus whatever other people that are coming in, that we don't need another 4,500 additional space. So it's not really the number of package stores, but we're talking about what's being offered compared to the population increase that we're talking about, or the traffic increase. Based on your submissions, I have read the transcript, and I thank you for that, and I do concede that that I shouldn't consider what was submitted for a prior application for any other application in making my decision. When I step back and look at this again, I still see an issue of an 11,000 square foot package store coming in to service this increased population growth or traffic through this new development. And the question still remains, is another 4,500 square feet of package store right across the parking lot really adding any more public convenience and advantage? So I think that's really the issue that we need to address. So aside from what happened and what my statements were and what I thought was more binding on me, so that I could be consistent in my last hearing. But here, taking a step back, looking at all of it with a fresh look, just based on what you've submitted, that's still my question.
Okay, so in the city itself, and the city's not a city.
Development, let's just call it development.
In the development itself, there are 400 new residential units right there.
Okay.
Plus a hotel. 400 residents plus a hotel, plus there are going to be 370,000 square feet of new commercial space and stores. That's just in this.
Right.
Okay. Then there's also another. By the way, the answer to your question, Mr. Chairman, is that it's 15 minutes away, the Kodak Center. Also on Route 390. There's 58 new stores coming in at the Kodak. Give me There's the College Town, I believe, has additional, the College Town is going to be additional housing and mixed use, which is, just down the block. So that's additional housing there. The highway reconstruction is bringing 75,000 vehicles a day past this location. On top of which, besides the residential, this area has been turned into a park and a boat ramp to get into the Erie Canal. So you have all of these people that are coming there, plus...
But what we're talking about is this development. I get it. It's adding population, it's adding traffic, and we've added in May, or approved, 11,000 square feet package store to service all of what you're talking about. When you go right outside the development on Smithfield Boulevard, which I assume is a major thoroughfare in this area because there are entrances that lead into this development, I see two other package stores right on Smithfield Boulevard, 55 Smithfield Boulevard and 25 Smithfield Boulevard. So if you're talking about a general increase in the population outside the development, there are existing stores that also service those people. So if we're talking about the impact of this new development, I believe that 11,000 square foot package store more than would service what's coming in here. But until they open, it's really hard for me to see, based on empirical evidence, any more additional empirical evidence, what impact it really will have. And then at that point, maybe we can have this discussion again. But for me, I just can't see, regardless of all the additional stuff, that's what the 11,000 was approved for. Yes, please.
These are photographs of the nearest stores, the teeny little stores that are on side streets. Now, there is one that is on a major thoroughfare in a shopping center that's also a destination store in a shopping center. Those are the people who were opposed, by the way. There is a gas station that is coming in that will separate this Gap store from the store that we're proposing. So getting from the Costco to the Gap store is somewhat difficult. And as I said, it's been more than 6 months since they made this application, and nothing has moved forward.
Exactly. So here are my two conditions where this would be a no-brainer to approve. Number one, if Gap never opens up in that shopping mall, and number two, actually forgot my number two.
It really doesn't work that way,
no.
Commissioner Kim. It really doesn't work that way. I mean, the application's before you now. You say, you can't put the application in suspense for 6 months.
The application isn't before us. So this is a reconsideration.
You're right, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. The request for reconsideration is before you now.
Right.
I apologize.
And my point two actually was related to point one, is that if and when they finally do open, I think I would have a much better sense of what additional public convenience and advantage would be added by adding another 4,500 square foot space, because until they open, I don't know what products they're going to be selling. When they came before us, and again, I'm not going to use that, but the idea was that they were going to service with 11,000 square feet a whole array of product mix. And, judging by what you're telling me that you think that they're going to have, I don't know until they actually open. So for me, at this time, I would have to deny this reconsideration.
I'm going to deny it as well, just simply, and I know I voted for it before, but this is just denying the reconsideration because I don't think legally he was incorrect last time. It just was a different opinion. And so I'm going to deny the reconsideration as well.
Thank you. Do you want to keep those photos, or should I take them back?
You can take them.
Thank you.
$2034, 8808 Rockaway Liquors.
They're going to...
2034.
Yellow. But why did they do that? Why did they apply for something without the machine? Good morning.
Morning, Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me are the two principals, Rashida Jackson and Patrick Flabati. I believe that there is opposition on this application.
Yes, so could we hear from the opposition, please? Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, Glenn Wright. I represent Camarage. He is a liquor store owner that is 265 feet away from this applicant on the same street, on the same side of the street. He has been in business there for almost 10 years. During Sandy, he had a total loss, absolutely no money. The year prior to Sandy, he submitted his gross sales statements, and I've referenced them in my memorandum. His income was $712,000 a year. That was his gross sales. After Sandy, it went down in 2013 to about 300 and change. It's somewhere around there. It's slowly creeping back. In the 2 years after he was hit by Sandy, the authority granted 2 other liquor stores. 2 of the nearest 4 liquor stores have been granted within 2 years. One of them is a 6,000 square foot warehouse. I've attached pictures of that, and I've attached photos of their advertisements. They obviously buy in volume, and it's very hard for the other liquor stores to compete with them. As a matter of fact, the 4th nearest liquor store, Broad Channel Wine and Liquors, which was approved only last year, is already on COD and has been on COD for several months. It is struggling to stay alive, as is my client. The applicant is presenting documentation that the area is becoming gentrified. They will probably, it seems to be that they're going to be an open floor plan store. 2 of the nearest 4 are open floor plan. My client's is bulletproof. But within a mile in either direction, there is an open floor plan. A mile is a very short distance when the entire width of the peninsula is a quarter of a mile. And that's from beach to beach, a quarter of a mile. Maybe it's 4 blocks with one wide avenue. Most of them are single-family homes. There's a few multi-residents that they reference, but it's still a very small population. And because it's only a quarter of a mile wide, it's all vehicle traffic. There's not much foot traffic. All the cars coming through stop at strip malls with parking. The applicant doesn't offer parking, and the traffic is mainly people going to the beach. This is clearly a seasonal area. The gentrification that they refer to, many of these new retail stores and restaurants, many of them are pop-up places that because there was so much exodus during Sandy, that there were vacant buildings, there was cheap land, cheap rents. They came in and they got short-term leases. Suddenly you have an art gallery. Suddenly you have a wine bar. This is not any type of long-term systemic gentrification. There are projects nearby. There are old housing. This is not an area that even has room to properly gentrify.
Okay, so, and all of that was put into your submission, which I read. What is this that you handed up?
That is the applicants own a wine bar, a restaurant about a block away from this proposed premises. I believe they opened about 2 years ago. It's called Sawyer's Wine Bar. It's the same 2 principals. And I believe one of the reasons they want to open up this liquor store is for BYOB for that bar. I've attached a copy of their application. And their application represents that they will not have live music. Their community board notice represents that they will not have live music. Now, I got this from the fall unit. I asked, and I don't believe there was any change in method of operation, but I've attached printouts from Facebook, from Twitter, that this is not only occasional live music, occasional live jazz. They have weekly performers that go there every week that they publicize. They have open mic nights. They have, it's a music venue. It's an outdoor beer garden that has music at least once a week, and not twice a week. And I would submit that also is seasonal. I mean, this is something they're going to do all summer, and they're probably not going to do in the winter, but it violates the term of their license. I'm sorry, has there been a change in a method of operation or anything filed?
Recorded music only.
What?
I have recorded music.
Yeah, so they came here 2 years ago and made misrepresentations to this authority, and they've been flouting that for 2 years. They made misrepresentations to the community board, and now they want to come in and give you and get another opportunity from you.
We understand. Thank you. Okay. Applicant,
I
please.
just have one,
Oh,
I just
sorry.
have one other question. You mentioned, I realize your client's store is bulletproof.
Yes.
How many of the 4 closest are bulletproof?
2, including the 6,000 square foot new one.
So your client and the 6,000 square foot one are both bulletproof?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
6,000 is open floor plan.
Okay.
What's the other bulletproof? It's the other old ones. Broad Channel's open floor
Yeah.
plan. So Broad Channel and Warehouse Liquors are open floor plan, and OMG, no, that's not that one.
OMG is the warehouse.
I'm sorry, Friendly Liquor Store Corp., which is the second nearest liquor store, is also bulletproof.
Is also, is bulletproof?
Bulletproof.
Because that's 5,000 square feet.
Which,
At least that's what my information says.
okay, so I don't believe I saw the gross sales statement from that. My FOIL request didn't have it.
No, we didn't get it either.
Okay, well then, I'm not aware of that, but that means that out of the second and the third, that's 11,000 square feet alone of retail space.
Right, but my question is, so the first one is bulletproof, and then after that, Station Liquor then is bulletproof?
Station is not one of the nearest 4. The FOIL request that I got included their gross sales because of another applicant a year before, but it's not one of the nearest 4.
We have it as one of the nearest 4.
Well, I have a copy of the application.
Well, do you know if it's bulletproof or not?
No, it's not.
It's not.
So you're of the 4 closest, you're the only bulletproof?
Yes.
Okay.
Harbor Wine, is Harbor Wine bulletproof?
Friendly, where's Friendly?
The Harbor Wine.
Friendly is bulletproof also.
Friendly is bulletproof and Harbor Wine is bulletproof?
Harbor.
So
It's at
it is 2 out of the
185
4.
160.
So 2 out of the
Harbor is
4.
not bulletproof.
2 out of 4 are bulletproof.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Lynn, how about starting with the addressing of what's going on at Sarah's Wine Bar, if your applicants are indeed the same principals?
They can address whatever questions or whatever.
We can ask them directly. Hi, how are you? You can put your name for the record, please.
Rashida Jackson.
Patrick Flabat.
Would you like to address the Sarah's Wine Bar issue about having live music there when in your method of operation you only stated you would have recorded music?
Well, first of all, you both own that bar?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. We do play music. We have we set up like a playlist. We play music.
You don't have live music?
We have a band that plays along with the recorded music, like piano.
Did you see what he gave us?
I did.
Why don't you take a look at it?
Yeah. That would be helpful.
And just for the record, it's advertising live music at your bar, significant on various dates during the summer.
Chairman and Commissioner, just for clarification, the size of the Friendly is incorrect. It's a typo. It should be 500 or something like that.
Oh, 500?
It's much smaller.
Yeah.
We have some that says 410 to 500.
Okay, but they didn't submit their numbers for
No.
14?
Go ahead.
It's my understanding that we were just unaware. We just have a live jazz band play every Friday and Saturday night throughout the summer. And to our understanding, we were just unaware. Our lawyer, I guess, told us that we could play live music, and this is the first time that we've heard about it. And we haven't really had any complaints.
Well,
from
did
the-
you meet with the community board?
Yeah, but they have had zero
And
complaints.
did they ask you about live music?
Everybody applauds it. It's well respected. In the
No, when you got the license, did they ask you about music?
Community board?
I'm sorry. What's your
When you got the original license, did the community board ask you if you were going to have music?
No, they did not.
When you came here, did we ask you if you were going to have music?
Our lawyer, we weren't present. Our lawyer,
Mike Kelly.
Mike Kelly.
Well, do you realize having live music is a violation of your license?
Now we do.
Did you sign a stipulation with the community board, do you remember?
A stipulation saying about
Stipulation, what community board?
It's a Rockaway Civic Association, I believe.
Right, so when you went before the community board, did they have you sign anything that's an agreement between the community board and you about how you were going to operate your business?
It was so long ago.
How long ago was this?
It's out
2
during
years.
summer, so 2 years.
It's not that long ago. You don't recall if you had anything?
I don't know.
Rockaway Civic Association? There's also a community board that should be representing that locality.
Yeah, we've been to Rockaway Civic Association meeting, which they gave us no.
Have you ever been to a community board that represents that area?
Yes, we have.
Aside from the Rockaway?
yes, we
Forget about the Rockaway Civic Association. It has no relevance to me right now on this issue. Did you meet with your community board?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what number that is? Community board?
I don't.
Okay, so you met with your community board, and they have what usually is called either a public safety quality of life committee or a liquor license committee. You met with that committee?
Yes, correct.
And then when you met with them and went before them, did they ask you questions about what kind of a bar you were going to have?
They were actually really happy to see our proposal, and because we signed the lease before the hurricane.
Right, so their proposal that they saw was probably what you submitted to us, which said you would have recorded music and that you would not have, well, basically that you were just going to have recorded music and no live music, because there's actually a specific box here that says live music or recorded music, and in this application you have recorded music. So if you submitted the same application to the community board and they approved it, then you're in very serious violation by having these weekly live jazz bar, which then goes to your character and fitness and your credibility before this board, which is very meaningful in how we decide on your application for a package store.
I understand. We in no way wanted to violate the.
Can you speak into the mic,
sorry.
please?
We in no way wanted to violate or disrespect any member of the board. We really wanted to basically come into Rockaway. I grew up in Rockaway. We wanted to enhance the community, and we've been well welcomed in the community. We've basically, it was so we made a separate communities at all of Rockaway come into one backyard to basically unite part of Rockaway and also give them some happiness because of the storm. And so we were well received, and actually we have a staff that serves excellent wine, and we wanted to basically, because we don't have an off-premise license, we wanted to file for an off-premise license to continue servicing Rockaway.
No, we understand all that. I mean, and I think if you're being well received, that's great. You're providing a service. It's just not a service that was approved for with the live band.
Commissioner?
Sorry,
We do not have any violations.
Yes, Mr. Lynn?
I was not the attorney of record. Michael Kelly was the one that represented him. It's interesting because I have another matter that I'm asking for an adjournment for Michael Kelly right after this. But one of the things that may have happened, and it's total conjecture, but the premises isn't close to any residential areas. Rockaway Boulevard is basically a commercial area. Matter of fact, there's even a church right next door. That's the reason why they got a wine license. It very well may not even have come up because of Sandy and because there aren't residential areas, which has happened at
It didn't come up because on the application you said you would have recorded music.
Again, I'm not condoning their action. There was no venal intent, and these are applicants that happen to be, quote, good people. Sometimes violations are done without any intent whatsoever to violate. They're now aware of it, and they're probably willing to go on, well, they definitely would go on record now to say that there would be no live music at the premises, now being aware of that.
Or get the license amended.
The community board notification form that they filled out didn't ask the question whether or not there was music that I can see.
Okay.
Because it's a rural area, some of them don't. It's not like Manhattan and Queens and Brooklyn.
The one that's scanned into CNG.
But as the chairman also said, we'd be willing to stipulate, the season is almost over anyhow, but we would do one or the other. Either
Well, that's not obviously the only
That's
issue
not the only
here.
issue.
But the Commissioner Kim is correct. Quality of fitness is absolutely important, and so I'm not sloughing it off as being an item that, you know, that I'm defending whatsoever, other than there was no venal intent. These are good applicants. It was not on the committee board. It's not in a residential area. There is extenuating circumstances, mitigating circumstances.
So
are we going to be able to go beyond this?
Yeah, no, we are. I mean, we're done with that. It's just, you know, there have been no violations. I'm just
Yeah, it'd be a lot
stating
different.
the facts as they are
Oh, no.
before us.
And it'd be a lot different, too, if they had 311 calls
Sure.
or there were any
And so let's go
summonses.
to the public convenience and advantage question.
Okay.
265
sounds-
feet away, we, on the same side of the street, we already have a store. Granted, it's bulletproof, but then 0.6 miles away, we have a 6,000 square foot open package store. So
That's really only two.
And I'd like to
It's
point
only
out-
2 years old.
Yes, and I'd like to point out,
The notification that their last renewal did say recorded music only to the.
Oh, really? So, yeah, I mean, the last community board notification, beginning of this year, said only recorded music. So they did put that on that application, renewal application with the community board, that there would only be recorded music.
I would also like to point out that I did submit a survey, an area survey with my application, and I would just like to note that the 6,000 square.
You can go back first, oh. It's 0.6 miles, right?
Yeah, but that's still, it's on the other side of the channel, but it's still 6.6 miles away.
All right, but the characterization of Far Rockaway from my
I'm
adversary.
familiar with Far Rockaway.
All right, then you know the enormous amount of gentrification. I made that as bullet points in my presentation.
Well, a lot of it is reconstruction, as I'm aware of as well, which these numbers in sales would indicate.
Oh, no, the reconstruction, you have those big residential towers.
Oh, I'm sure that's happening as well, but the sales of the stores that are nearby have all suffered significantly. Not just from the storm, it looks like, because they continue to go down.
Correct, and when I had my last hearing on a protest in Staten Island, one of the items that came up that said, well, it's been 3 years, we don't take that into consideration. But this situation is different because it's so dramatically different from what happened with Staten Island. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, federal and state aid, went into the waterfront alone for Far Rockaway. Just yesterday on the newspapers, the newscast, they said that the beach area is being extended for 2 weeks because of the enormity of what is going on, utilization of the beach and the waterfront there.
But that still doesn't explain the fact that sales have declined.
Well, it takes time. First of all, just as an example, where I listed Ocean Breeze and Palmer's Landing, especially Avern by the Sea, the townhouses are going for, and there's huge, on Rockaway Boulevard, and I don't know which of you are familiar, but I was just there a couple of weeks ago. There's these huge billboards that say that the townhouses are going for $630,000 and up. This is a brand-new gentrification of the area. I don't think, without being prejudiced or whatever, that somebody's going into $1 million townhouse is going to go into a bulletproof store to buy liquor.
But that's that's one store. There's several other stores nearby that aren't bulletproof, and their sales are declining as well.
Because of what happened with Sandy.
No, the storm was in 2012. I mean,
Right,
we're
so
talking about in 2014, the numbers, and I'll go the one that's the 6,000 square foot one, is, a 6,000 square foot store that has 350,000 worth of sales. We see some 6,000 square foot stores that have 3 million.
And assuming arguendo that that's correct, you can't preclude or you can't not address the fact that you have this, Avern by the Sea alone is the most unbelievable development that I've seen.
I understand that, and and I get that there's development going on, but my point is that nothing has appeared to have happened that would indicate that there's this need for another liquor store, in my view. There's nothing in the information that I have that would indicate that the public is dying to have another liquor store, open or otherwise.
Just one thing before my client speaks. This store is only 1,200 square feet. They are going to have a sommelier. They are going to have wine tastings. They've paired with the Culinary Institute for pairings. They're planning on having exotic wines. They're planning on having exotic drinks. Why? Because you have an enormous number of people utilizing the beach, and you have an enormous number, as I said in the articles that I supplied, of young people coming into the area. These are the things that they want. These are the things that they're going to be specifically giving to the public. I don't think that you have those sort of things being done. And who's going to schlep all the way over the bridge to be able to do that when you have the people right at the beachfront having easy access to all of this? And they're not even looking to take any of the, to go against the competition. They don't even want to go against the competition. They have learned through their operation of their present premises that there is a demand for this type in their neighborhood. And I'm specifying this area. And this is the reason why. So they are providing the area with something that they don't have that is very possibly going to grow. The city and the state put in hundreds of thousands of dollars because they believe it to be so. We've seen it on TV commercials now, on the TV now, how they expanded for 2 additional weeks because it's become the artsy area with all these young people. And we see townhouses being sold for minimum of $630,000 up to $1 million. And these aren't people coming for vacation. These aren't little condos that they live in out say in Massachusetts or Boston or whatever, coming down. These are residential. People are going to be staying there. And we're talking about a huge number, thousands of residential units.
But the key word you use, it is speculation because they're not there yet.
Oh, yes, Avern. It's the
You
most
just said possible, and it is possible, but I don't know that we're there yet.
Avern is there. I would say about half of it.
Then are they all not drinking?
It's so
Because these numbers would indicate that they're not there.
But they just got built. Sandy's only 2 years away. Can I have my client speak to that, address that as well?
And we're not looking to, we're not looking to compete with the other liquor store. It's more like a 90% wine store, and what the other stores don't offer, they have liquor. Our idea is just to basically serve wine and share our knowledge of wine, different wine regions with the people. They have requested and they really want to us to share our knowledge of wine and also have an open premise where they can walk around, see different regions. Like we have wine from Spain, wine from South Africa, New Zealand, from all over. And they will have that option, which most of the stores, they don't have that option. They have straight liquor. And we really see the need.
So are you saying that the two closest to you are, I mean, their name is liquor, but
yeah, with extensive research,
that they have no wine?
They have wine, but it's very, very limited. And a lot of the people they
What
want,
are some of the brands that you're saying you would carry that they don't carry?
we would carry wines from South Africa, like it's Pinotage, and they don't have it. They have and I actually bought the wine from them, and it's different quality of wine. We are offering
What
wines
else besides Pinotage?
from New Zealand. We have Grenache. We also have a Pinot Grigio.
Wait, those are those aren't brands. Those
I'm
are just
sorry.
types of grapes.
We're working with Opichi Wine that has a wide selection of wines from all over. We're working with actually 12 different vendors that offer.
So would you consider just doing a complete wine store, no liquor?
Well, if the possibility of having 90% wine and 10% liquor, but if push
I
comes
asked
to
if
shove,
you would consider doing
we would
all
consider it,
wine and no liquor?
that is a yes.
Can I ask what wines do you carry, please? Or if you know of what OMG Liquor Corp also carries? I assume they 6,000 square feet. They probably carry a lot of.
I carry actually 200 different wines.
How many?
200.
200 different wines.
Yes.
What percentage of your mix is liquor and wine?
I sell.
Because you only have 1,000 square foot space,
Yeah,
correct?
I made it so you could go into the wine section, on both sides there's long shelves, deep shelves on both sides. I sell like.
So what percentage is liquor and what percentage is
60%
wine?
of wine I sold, 40%
60% wine, 40% liquor. Liquor.
warehouse. He also is familiar with the inventory in the other stores. He may want to address
Well,
that.
what is OMG Liquor Court? I mean, you wouldn't know exactly what mix they would unless you have their books, but.
No, they buy by volume. Like
I know, but when you
1,000
walk in, is it predominantly, you would say, liquor?
No, they carry a wide selection of wine too. They carry more wines than liquor. Because
Do you carry South African wine?
Yes.
Which ones do you
Waka
carry?
Waka. I got about 4 different types of South African wine.
What about New Zealand wine?
Yes,
Do you
yeah.
carry New Zealand wine?
Monkey Bay. I got about 4 or 5 from New Zealand, Australian, a whole line.
Okay, thank you.
Italian, a whole line.
If I may.
Sure.
Yeah, I would object to any stipulation that they only carry 90% wine or any percentage of wine. They've already demonstrated clearly to this authority, and it's even more so that they filed a renewal with this information. And
We get that point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know, but how can
No, I get it. We
anybody-
get it.
They
We
will
get
not
it.
agree
We
to
get
the
it. We get it.
stipulation.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I just wanted to, is he the one that's 300 feet away, the?
Yes.
All right. I went.
265 feet.
200.
Yes.
I went into that store.
Okay.
In order to be able to look at it.
Sure.
All right, and I bought 2 minis of vodka. There were 2 other people in the store, and we were shoulder to shoulder. I did see, sometimes on these, a lot of the bulletproof, they have some beautiful, hallway that you can go down. There was no such thing in that store. So, because I wanted to see what kind of other product they had. So there was limited sight, and I really don't believe that somebody who wants a South African wine or a Spanish wine or French wine is going to go into this bulletproof store that, like I said, has an entrance. If it's lucky, it's 4 by 10. So, and also, as I said, I bought the minis only because everybody else was coming in for pints and minis, and I want to get the heck out of there. But it's not really a competitive store with what my clients are trying to do. And it's not fair that it should be stated as such. Again, how could a 1,000
We're not
square
just
foot
looking
store?
at that particular store. I was just addressing the product mix
No,
because
I understand.
your client had brought
I
that up.
understand, but it is also difficult for a store that's only 1,000 square feet, that has an office possibly in the back and has a somewhat of an entrance, to carry that kind of mix.
Also,
I think we're ready to vote now. Please, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to also say that we also are offering delivery that a lot of the competitors don't do. And we're also setting up an app where you can actually order the wine you want and have it delivered to your home in the low season, like the winter seasons when it's snowing cold.
Do you do delivery at all, sir?
I just wanted to add, my client does have photographs of his inventory if you're interested in seeing them. It does show a pretty broad, diverse selection.
I think it's clear. I mean, I think the issue is that it is bulletproof, but I think because the second closest store, though it is across the bridge, is 6,000, but 0.6 miles away and 6,000 square feet of open space. In terms of the product mix, they carry your nearest competitor 265, 300 feet away, carries New Zealand wine, South African wine, wines that you thought might be distinguishing your store. And then with the sales, as the chairman pointed out, I really can't see any additional public convenience and advantage at this time. We also issued 2 licenses in the past 2 years, and another one, and they're within 1.7 miles. So at this time, I'm going to have to vote to deny.
I also deny it. As he said, that there's 2 licenses in the last 2 years, one of whom, based on one of the attorney's representations, is apparently already on COD. The sales of every store within the proximity of the applicant's location, the sales have gone down, in some cases very significantly. So I just don't see the public convenience. And then there's also, there is an issue with the character and fitness as well. The prior application, I realized you had an attorney do it, and they filled it out, but at the end of the day, you signed it. And you're required to read what you sign. So I would encourage you to get that fixed as soon as possible, or we'll be out there checking. So, but the application is denied.
Thank you.
2091, 342, 350 Liquor Corp.
Is that the lawyer? No, just the lawyer.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do we have any opposition? I guess we don't have any protests submitted. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
May
Seidman.
I sit down?
Sure. Yeah, of course, please.
No, leave it.
Bring the mic down, I guess.
Can we?
Can we?
I don't know if it exists.
Sure.
My
Best you
client
could do.
is Mr. Chilzang, he's sitting right, standing right next to me. At the present time, he's employed as a retailer and a delicatessen on 7th Avenue. As a sidebar, a couple of years ago, he wanted to buy some wine and liquor for a party he was making in his home, and he found out that on 7th Avenue, there was no liquor store. In fact, there's no liquor store on 7th Avenue between 23rd Street and 42nd Street. Going from 34th Street south, there is the Hotel Pennsylvania, Madison Square Garden Station, large office buildings from 33rd Street to 26th Street, two of which I was a tenant in and currently am a tenant in 337th Avenue and corner 29th Street. There's Staples, Pierre Manger, FedEx, and numerous restaurants up and down 7th Avenue. This area is also
So, Mr. Seidman, sorry to interrupt because I think your submission has a lot of what you're talking about. I think the major concern is that just recently, in April of this year, I believe, half a block away on 129 West 29th Street, we approved Wine Disciples. So while on 7th Avenue itself, what you say may be true, in this particular case, the applicant is looking to open on 7th Avenue and the corner of 29th Street, correct? One store off the corner. So we're looking at a store that's half a block in on that same side street, and it's 2,100 square feet. Can you address that, please?
yes, I could address it very easily. Wine Disciples, when they made the application here, I was here that day, said that they were going to be primarily a wine store, and they are primarily a wine store. I had somebody go in there, an investigator, look at the store, look at their inventory. The percentage is 97% or thereabout wine to liquor. The liquor selection is minimal. You can get a bottle of wine for $15 with the sales tax, but the majority of the wines there are in the $35 range. Also, if you were to walk on 7th Avenue and you turned right to look up 29th Street, you could not see the store. You do not know that it's there. And they claimed that they were going to be a destination wine store, and they are a destination wine store. It doesn't benefit the area whatsoever. You cannot go in there and buy a bottle of Johnny Walker Red. You couldn't even.
I'm sorry, you can't buy Johnny Walker? What else? What was the other items?
You cannot get Jim Beam bourbon.
Jim Beam bourbon?
You can't get Smirnoff.
Smirnoff?
You can't get Gordon's gin. You can't buy, if you want a cheap bottle of wine or a.
So your client is proposing to sell wines that are less than $35 and the cheapest liquor out there?
Well, not the cheapest liquor. He would carry that. These are name brands that this store on 29th Street does not carry and does not want to carry. They are not looking for that business. They are a destination store on 29th Street. Even the people who work on 29th Street, you have handbag stores, you have hat stores, nobody, they're not looking for neighborhood business, where my client will be a neighborhood store and carry a variety of different products, including New York State products. Also, 29th Street between 7th and 8th Avenue, there are currently 3 large buildings going up and a 4th going up 1 year where I park, and they're going to kick me out of it. The neighborhood, they are not a neighborhood store. They do not cater to the working people in the area or anybody else in the area. If you want to buy an expensive bottle of wine, that's the place to go.
How many square feet of your client's store is going to be retail? And
72 feet.
how many?
472 feet.
And what's the other area going to be, storage?
Basement storage, balcony, office.
Does Wine Disciples even carry liquor, or is it just wine?
They carry liquor, but it's very, very limited area, limited selection,
It's a high-end store.
very much so.
I have a picture.
So
Same as Burgundy.
you're representing they sell no Johnny Walker.
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe Johnny, I'm sorry, they may have Johnny Walker Blue.
Blue? Okay.
I'd show you the website, but I can't turn the computer.
I mean, given that there's nothing on 7th Avenue, my only thing is right off 26th Street and 7th Avenue, right off 29th Street, 7th Avenue, you do have two package, you have a package store respectively on each of those streets, which affect, I'm sorry, 143 West 26th Street, Burgundy Wine Company.
They don't carry any liquor at all, and all of their product is European, mostly French wine from the Burgundy district, and they are an online business. They don't cater.
What percentage of your clients' inventory is going to be liquor and wine, and what percentage wine?
It would be 50-50.
50-50 of the 400 square foot retail space?
Well, he has retail space, but he has a basement of the same size for storage. Hopefully, that becomes, if he gets his license, that becomes a problem.
That becomes a problem?
Yes, that means he has to go out and get a warehouse permit to restore.
What was that?
See how they all responded?
And Wine Disciples, would have been nice if we could have gotten the information. It's so hard to.
Well, Wine Disciples, it took them over a year and a half to open to the day they were approved.
They've only been open a few months.
They've only been open how long?
A few months. So, all right.
If you're walking on 7th Avenue, you cannot see Wine Disciples, even if you're looking for it.
All right, based on those representations that Wine Disciples really just carries wine, high-end wine, doesn't carry more of the commonly sold liquor such as Johnny Walker Black, Red, Jim Beam Bourbon, and the representation that there are no other package stores on 7th Avenue, then I will go ahead and approve this application.
I'll approve as well. It appears that the two of the three closest stores are solely wine stores. And there is no liquor store on 7th Avenue based on the maps that we have. And there's also been no protests, and all liquor stores were notified that this application was handed in and was on the calendar today. So I'll approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 2035 Bar Giacosa. Did anyone else sign in for this item? It's the Attorney Lynn got an information from the Attorney Riley, and they've asked for an adjournment to 9/21. I just wasn't sure if anyone else has signed in. they're trying to resolve their issues with the community board.
Okay.
Okay?
Granted.
All right, 921. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if anyone else did. 2018, the downtown.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Donald Bernstein from Victor and Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. I just want to apologize for my letter. I made reference to 4 charges. There were, in fact, 6 charges. We are only contesting one of them. I just want to say in mitigation, with respect to the signage, they have been posted. My client had a photocopy of the liquor licenses at the bars. I don't know why some licensees do this. This is not the first time I've heard it. They think they're supposed to put the original in a safe. So those have been corrected. With respect to the dancing, the investigator said he saw about 15 people shaking around and dancing. I spoke to my client about it. They are lowering the volume of the music, changing the type of music being played. They are also negotiating with a well-known food and beverage operator who they are hoping is going to come in and sort of revamp the food and beverage activity, and I think that that will make it more upscale and eliminate some of this. The only charge we're contesting relates to the service of food. I submitted my letter in controversion. There is a late-night menu. Dinner, formal dinner does end around 11:30 and midnight, but there is a late-night menu. We offered that into evidence by the food and beverage manager. The investigator even testified, or I'm sorry, stated in his report that when he was there at midnight, he saw 2 parties eating a meal. So he confirmed that there is food service. The photograph of the kitchen offered by the investigator only showed the main kitchen, and what we said is that that closes when the formal dinner service ends, and around the other side of the very large kitchen there is a food prep area where the late night menus are prepared.
But you understand the problem, and I understand what you're saying, but Mr. Miller indicated to our investigator that food was not available after 12 o'clock.
Mr. Miller was there for about 2 months. He is no longer with the
And
hotel.
in fact, who's Crawford? Erica Crawford?
She is the food and beverage manager.
She stated that at the time Miller was the restaurant manager, so you would think he would know.
No, I don't think that's correct. He was the hotel manager. She is the food and beverage restaurant manager.
She stated on cross-examination that Miller is the floor manager of the restaurant.
I don't recall that, and that's not accurate. He's the hotel manager in charge of the hotel.
Okay.
The investigator never spoke to anybody around the restaurant. He was clearly mistaken. He may have meant that the dinner service stops at around midnight.
So
but
where
there
is
a
the late night menu kept?
It's kept at the host stand, which is what.
Because that's
Ms.
what you
Crawford
say.
testified.
You said in your controversion that it's kept at the host stand, yet your beverage and food manager says that the menu's kept at the bar.
No, she said it's kept at the host stand.
No, she said, well, at the hearing, she said it's kept at the bar. That was the finding of fact from.
We ordered the transcript on this. I reviewed the transcript. She said it was kept in the host stand, which is by the bar. That may account for the confusion. The host stand is by the bar. When you walk into, you're walking off the street, you can go to one side and take the elevators up to the lobby. If you then walk a few steps and make a right, the bar is there and the host stand is in the same space.
And so the transcript you're saying said what again?
That the late night menu is kept at the host stand, which is right by the bar. And we offered that into evidence. It wasn't just her testimony. We provided a copy of the original.
Right, the finding of
late
fact
night
at the
menu.
hearing said
Yeah, it says
patrons
bar-
are
bar-
provided
bar.
with the after-hour menu, which is kept at the bar until closing. So, okay. Maybe there's an error there.
I mean, the fact is that there was a late night menu. People were eating. The investigator acknowledged that people were eating. And the investigator did not speak to the food and beverage people and did not walk the entire kitchen.
But it's not the investigator's job to be talking to the food and beverage person at a hotel. If somebody represents themselves to be the hotel manager and says, we have food, we don't have food, I don't think then the investigator must go, well, let me talk to your beverage and food manager to verify that.
Well,
the burden's not
that's
on
fine,
the
but-
investigator.
No, but the burden is on the authority to demonstrate that the violation occurred. And what I'm saying is the evidence shows, I mean, it may have been perfectly reasonable or innocent in not walking throughout the entire kitchen, but it didn't happen. If the investigator had, he would have seen the food prep area. We provided testimony that's uncontradicted to show that there's a food prep area. We provided the menu. He saw people eating. The fact is that there is food available. That's the fact. The investigation was not complete, and I can't explain that, or,
Mr.
but it just
Bernstein,
wasn't.
I just don't like the fact that you say that this is the investigator's fault and they didn't do a proper investigation. The SLA shows up at your client's location, and apparently the person who would have been the appropriate person to speak to, as what you're saying, chose not to come and talk to the investigator. It's not any big secret, hi, the SLA is here. Where
think
was
if-
this person at that time?
She was there.
And just chose not to speak to our investigator?
You know, when an investigator comes in and is with the hotel manager, the food and beverage manager doesn't necessarily know what the investigator is looking for. I don't think
So then wouldn't it be incumbent upon the hotel manager to say, hold on, let me get the food and beverage? I'm not disputing that you're saying there was late night food. I just take issue with the fact that you're saying the investigation wasn't done properly.
When in fact, it's really your employee that didn't behave properly. If that's what your argument is, your hotel manager didn't do what he was supposed to be doing.
My argument is that food was available for sale. We don't have to cast blame on anybody.
Well, I think
All
the
I'm saying
evidence
is
would
that food-
indicate otherwise. That's our point.
I think no, what I'm saying is that the evidence is incomplete. If we say, I'm not faulting an investigator, the evidence is incomplete.
How is it incomplete when the hotel manager who runs the hotel indicates to our investigator that food is never available after 12 o'clock? The only way your argument holds any water is if that guy's wrong.
That guy may
And
have
there's
been
no
misunderstood. He may have been unclear. He may have meant that dinner service stops, which would have been a correct statement. Dinner service stops, the full meals stop at midnight. We're not disputing that. But there is a late night menu.
But that's not what he said.
You know,
He said there's never, it goes till 11, sometimes 12 at the latest.
That's dinner. That's
That's
correct.
not what he
Meals.
said, though. He was talking about food.
But
I realize he's
even if
there
he was
2
wrong-
months. I realize he's there 2 months, but that's the evidence that was presented.
But he's wrong. He was wrong, and we provided.
That's what I
the-
said. And the only way your argument holds water is if he's wrong.
That's correct, and I'm acknowledging that he was wrong. Again,
So it's not
people
our
are eating.
investigator, it's your employee.
Then I will agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is that the question is, was food available? People were found eating. There was a late night menu.
And I believe you as well because I've been there. I know food's available. So I'm not even arguing the point. You're right.
All right.
All right, so I will dismiss charge 5, dismiss charge 4, sustain 1, 2, 3, and 6. Now, this is the second unlicensed cabaret violation within a year, just over a year. So I impose a fine of $3,500.
I'll agree with that. And the cabaret is really the thing that bothers me, only because it's happened once before. I think you and I have actually discussed this issue previously.
That was another one, but I was here that day, so
Right.
I knew you would ask about it. So I
Right.
did ask my client what he would be doing
All right,
about it.
and it sounds like they are doing something, and it in my limited experience at that establishment, they've always been conscientious, so I expect that to continue going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2100 C&Z Liquor.
Grant and accept.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is a request for reconsideration on penalty.
Mr. Buscemi, of what advantage is it to your client who's selling the business, whether it's cancellation or a $20,000 penalty? Your client's done with the business. Why do they want to pay $20,000 simply than the bond?
To ensure continuity of the business during the sale, the application was
They can
filed.
make a lot more money selling it if the license isn't canceled, after they were doing
Excuse me?
mass co-op buying.
Well, I don't think there was mass co-op buying according to the charge. I think the $20,000 civil penalty would be a much greater benefit to the state. And plus, this particular licensee is gone then. It's not a matter of getting more money on the sale. They've already taken a hit on that, knowing that there's an issue here. The purchase price is the purchase price. Purchase price is not going to be increased if the conditional no contest plea is accepted. That contract has been filed with the State Liquor Authority. The buyer's application was 589, denied without prejudice, pending a determination of this case, case number 99484. I had initially offered a $10,000 civil penalty.
And the full board countered with cancellation and bond.
Right. Yes, and that's in my letter. And under the circumstances with the contract pending, the license application pretty much ready to go, because it can be reactivated when this case is resolved quickly, and we can get to a speedy closing on this, and the state will pick up $20,000 as opposed to.
We can also get
bond.
so we can't get a speedy closing on this if we do cancel and bond our original offer?
I don't know what'll end up, what the buyer will do with the contract, I don't know.
And does your client ever intend on applying for another license in this state?
I don't think
and will
he-
not have a
I don't-
history of cancellation then if we
I
take the
don't-
$20,000?
Again, whether it be cancellation or $20,000, cancellation, as we all know, under the statute, technically you could apply tomorrow. That's not happening. Either the $20,000 civil penalty and the record, the record, I don't think the Liquor Authority would be inclined anytime soon to approve this applicant.
Is
So
Mr. Lynn
I don't think there's any.
representing the purchaser?
Yes. He's representing the purchaser at the New York State Liquor Authority.
And just to address the cancellation, the clients are getting an SBA loan. They're pretty much pre-approved because I just got a listing of just some minor documents that need to be submitted to the SBA. But SBA loans are tough to close, so there would be somewhat prejudice and possibility of the premises being closed during this interim period. But we're very close to getting our mortgage commitment, and I did request a reactivation if in fact, this is resolved on a monetary penalty.
Yeah.
We're just going
Let's take a
to
quick executive.
consult.
Okay. point out a couple of things.
Sure.
One, that the contract, and it's in the contract, it is subject to the SBA loan being approved, and if there is a
And so that's basically
closing, I don't.
yeah, that's my concern, is that we accept your 20,000, the sale, for whatever reason, because SBA loans are complicated, or for whatever reason the deal doesn't go through, then your client continues to have a license, and that's one thing that I am definitely not for. So
I think we can.
I don't know if you can stipulate to anything, because it's imposing a fine at this point, and we can't stipulate somehow to make the fine conditional upon your client somehow surrendering or forfeiting the license if the sale doesn't go through. So that's the dilemma. Of course, the state would love to take the 20,000, but if we do this and the sale doesn't go through, your client, who has a very terrible adverse history, sales to minors, 3 in a year's time, like 8 months' time, in addition to the charges currently before. So there's no way we would allow for that.
Again, if
She has a question. CEO Brian has a
Any
question.
relationship between the purchaser and the seller?
No, I advised my client, I saw where this was where this was going early on. I advised my client, list your business, he went to a business broker, listed the business for sale. They found a buyer for him. Yeah,
No, we're not
I told the
questioning the
licensees,
arm's
time
length
to get out.
transaction, but
No, well,
because
the
it is an
question
arm's length
was,
transaction, it can fall apart. And it's contingent on the SBA approval process, and I know the SBA approval process can be very complicated. And
And Mr. Buscemi, if there's no relationship between
Yeah.
the purchaser and the seller, even if the license is canceled, we can still act locally. I don't have to send a new application here. So that won't hurt Mr. Lynn's client.
Well, it might hurt with the SBA loan.
They want
I don't know.
goodwill if it's not a continuous operation.
If I may, first, I mean, the license was 589 without prejudice, so reality is, there should be nothing that would lead to the disapproval of the applicant's license application. And if necessary, if we could put this over for one board meeting, I would then discuss with the licensee, if for some reason this deal didn't close by a certain time, that we take it and put the license in safekeeping.
you can put it out of safekeeping at any time.
No, with a stipulation, or agree to a cancellation.
And also, I believe there's a 60-day.
I don't know that we can enforce that. That's our problem.
We can agree to a cancellation, Mr. Chairman. We can stipulate to it, we do it. We've done that plenty of times over the years.
That's what we said.
No, but what if, at the end of the day, they don't?
If the
Don't what?
members,
If you wanted to take it
we're
out.
But
at
we've
the
done that-
point where there was
it's
a
a conditional no
counteroffer.
contest.
If the counteroffer is not accepted, it goes for a hearing.
We still got to go through, they don't do anything now, it still goes to the hearing process, and then we'll be back here.
So they'll still be licensed.
Yeah, I mean, we could, and again, we've done conditional no contest pleas of cancellation. That's a doable thing. Obviously, I can't agree to it here and now. I also want to point out, this licensee came in, sat down with the investigators, gave a statement.
He has to.
Gave a statement, but he gave a statement, and he signed, he made an oral statement, he signed the statement,
I'm on the wrong one.
Admitted what he had done. So if need be, I mean, and again, I don't see why this wouldn't go through. It's license approval. However,
Really? When did that happen?
What?
When did that happen?
The other two.
The imposition of those fines? Do you know, was this when I was around?
When you were around, hold on 1 second. Really? Okay.
Well,
Let me just get that number again.
Right, but I mean, yeah. She's saying is that 2 of the 2 stores that have these,
Toast.
$75 and
Was it here?
May of this year.
Really?
We took the purchase from an authorized source on one of the one who, purchased from an authorized source, $7,500 fine on that one.
yeah.
In May of this year?
Had no prior history, that's been one of the.
Maybe that's what it was.
And this one had a prior issue, right? But I think
A month before they had a
You know.
violation.
They were what? They were only licensed for a month, too?
They had any history, but they didn't exactly have a
Okay.
good start.
I don't know.
I mean, there's a big disparity between the penalties that were meted out.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's additional charges here too. Books and records, aiding and abetting, in addition to purchase from unauthorized source, so.
I
don't
think it
know
all
how much
stems
of-
from the same.
Plus the 3 sales to minor.
Yeah, there
within-
was the adverse history.
Within 8 months.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was, that's when I started saying to look for a buyer and get out. This was back over, I think, over a year ago.
I mean, the sales
Been
to
nothing
minors
since.
is egregious. Every time they got fined by us, within 3 weeks, and they were selling again, or 3 or 4 weeks.
Commissioner Kim, I'm not, you know.
No, I'm just
not,
looking
yeah,
at the
I
adverse
understand,
history.
I
I'm just
understand.
distinguishing this from the other cases, if you're saying that the fines are, the disparity is too great.
Well, I had one recently with this board.
I just don't know we can enforce it.
I had.
Counsel, can we take the stipulation?
On a penalty?
They're offering it.
If they're offering it?
That you'll put the license in safekeeping and
Again, I
that-
have to go back. I'd ask that this be put over so I can go sit down with my client, put it over to the next board meeting, and then I'll have a response for you. I mean,
21st, it's not that long a period.
All right.
All right, let's do that.
So the only way we're going to put this over, the only way this works is if he's never in business again. So
That's
we
what I-
need a
that's what I'm trying to
stipulation that this is
accomplish.
going in safekeeping until the sale occurs. If the sale doesn't occur, it's canceled. And the 20,000.
all right, just so I'm going safekeeping
Adjourning
until
it
the
to-
sale occurs.
Right. If the sale does not occur, then he's going to surrender it.
Putting in safekeeping now doesn't resolve the problem here.
I'm
In other
saying
words,
you're going back-
if this deal doesn't go through.
Correct.
Then the
accept the
license would be put in
cancellation.
safekeeping. So I just want to make sure we're on the same
No,
page.
if the deal doesn't go through, it's going to be canceled
Well, then what's the safekeeping?
until the deal goes through.
No, but that's the same difference. That doesn't resolve anything. That's the same difference, Mr. Chairman, with the SBA loan.
No, it's not.
No, safekeeping is just us
fine.
holding it.
Out of business is out of business. SBA doesn't care what you call it.
He's not out of business. The license will still show active on our system. He's not out of
No,
business.
no, but there's no more sales of the business. The banks look at sales. Without, once the bank isn't focused so much on the license, but the business. The goodwill, the
So
business.
Is there a time certain that we know this will get an SBA loan or not?
That's what I had mentioned.
No,
If we
well,
could
let's
pick
hear
an
from Mr.
outside
Lin if
date
he-
for-
If he stops talking, I can address it. Just yesterday, it's interesting, the bank sent me a checklist for the closing, and I was pleasantly surprised. I said, oh my God, I got to go through 4 pages. But they had each of the things that have to be approved by the bank. 2.5 pages were all yes, 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 that they had the items. And then they came down to 4 or 5 that I had to do. Being an SBA loan, he's got to get a life insurance policy, no big deal. He's got to get workman's comp and disability, which of course we know. And I have to send in a certificate of good standing, a copy of the filing receipt, and a judgment lien search. And then all the qualifications, and I'd submit it to the authority if they want to see it. That's exactly what I have to do, so I'm very, very close. And I was planning on this afternoon finishing off those little minor things that I have to do. So we're very, very close. And I have.
Getting the life insurance, he'll have to get his physical, he'll have to get for.
Well, I don't know
won't
what
it take some
process he was
time?
through, because they knew from day one that there was a requirement for that.
Essentially, Mr. Buscemi's client, who was buying for resale from Cove, which is more notorious for sale for resale than even Henry Street, is asking the members to do his client a favor. Is essentially what you're asking.
We're also putting $20,000 into the state's coffers. I mean, I think the state benefits much more from that than by cancellation.
So you think the
We
state
have the
can be
same type
bought?
of violations that were taking place. The reciprocal party got $7,500 civil penalty. I realize that we have a history here of 3 sale to minors in addition to that. I was before this board the other week where someone had 3 sale to minors and 3 sale after hours, and the penalty was a $15,000 civil penalty.
All right, we're going to put it over till 10:21, and if nothing's changed by, 9:21, I'm sorry, if nothing's changed by then, you're going to hearing.
Right. But 10:20, is it 10?
Nine.
Nine, oh,
Next hearing.
9:21, I'm sorry, 9:20. That's right, we're only in September still.
Thank you.
All right, 2055 Onyx Dreams.
Which one is this? Onyx? This is after hearing. I think
2055.
the administrative law judge dismissed the charge.
Counsel, any objections?
No.
Dismissed. Chairman, dismissed?
Yeah, dismiss, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. 2044, 2518 50th Street, Corp.
This is after hearing, you have my controversion. Charges 6 and 7 were dismissed. The other charges were sustained. There were three charges of consumption after hours, one after-hours service, one security guard, and one business records. I just wants to point out on the consumption after hours, I don't believe that a case was made under, case law, under the current case law.
The consumption after hours is a large issue in this area, and your client's location has been a large source of problems for the local precinct. And they went on in February, they went on in March, they went on in July. It didn't stop.
Well, my first question is, was the penalty imposed in June paid?
Not up now.
I don't know whether is it due yet? I guess
Yeah,
it's
it's
paid.
the
Payment was
light,
received on 8/31.
it was received?
It was received on
Okay.
8/31, yeah.
Again, I'm making a case based on the evidence in the case law. If you look at the case law, consumption, holding a cup or holding a cup and putting it down without seeing actual consumption pursuant to the appellate division cases is not sufficient.
But that would be one
Charge-
thing if it was after the first time.
Well,
It's
and
come
I'm
back,
not,
and then
listen,
it's-
this isn't the form for that. If you want to argue article, that's an Article 78.
fine.
So,
Yeah, all right. Again, the business records, which was the last charge, again, it was corporate records that we were talking about, not purchases of alcoholic beverage. Your receipts pursuant to 10612. On the security guard was collecting admission fees. So there was a determination that collecting admission fees, you're supposed to be a licensed security guard. I don't think that's the case. And every person at every theater that collects admission fees would have to be a licensed security guard.
They don't serve alcohol at
I know, but
theaters.
that doesn't change and theaters do sell alcohol.
Some do, but
Right, but, collecting admission fees doesn't mean that you have to be a licensed security guard.
There's still a sale to minor case that is pending. And there's also case
how do we want to deal
104013.
with the books and records
as well.
issue? What do you mean? It's about the corporate structure and not alcohol receipts.
you mean that issue that they brought up a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah. We agreed.
That they're relevant, that you need all, food.
Food, beverage, and
Charge was
corporate
dismissed.
Yeah.
documents as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So dismiss charges 6 and 7, sustain charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. I have, based on the history here, 12,000.
I'll agree, 12,000.
You're sustaining 1, 3, 5, and 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I just wanted it for the record. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1 through 5 and 8.
Right, I got you. All right, have a good day, thank you.
2099 East 172nd Street Deli Grocery.
Have we
Have we
received
gotten the check yet?
$624?
No, I'll see if anything came in recently.
Jerome Sussman, representing the licensee. Let me be the first to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you know if they paid the money, $624?
I have.
So
Right
no,
here.
Jackie, never mind, he has a check. Save some time.
Is it? Right.
So, on the condition you hand over that check, I'll grant it with a $1,000 fine.
Yep, $1,000 fine.
Would you consider a lower fine?
No.
No.
I mean,
Only because normally it would be, but it was obvious unless we canceled the license that he wasn't going to show up with the check.
he got no notice. I filed a notice of appearance with this renewal. I got no notice either. So we didn't know the check bounced.
Your bank doesn't tell him?
The bank sent him, let me show you what the bank sent.
Well, let me tell you what we got. The notice sent to the licensed establishment was received at the establishment on June 10th at 3:42 p.m.
That's for the charges, but the notice, we sent an email.
Well, that's the
in
notice.
May.
There may have been someone working in the store at the time when he was not in there. We don't know anything about it.
$1,000.
All right, if we give the authority.
On the condition that you hand over that check.
This check and $1,000.
Correct.
Can we pick up that license today?
Jackie,
Yeah, we can work on, yeah, I can do that. We can work on that. Or I
Thank
can
you.
have it sent to him. I just gotta figure out where it is.
You want it up here, or you want me to
Oh,
bring
yeah,
it
the
down?
check needs to come right here. You heard Commissioner Kim.
I will bring it to you personally.
That's his offer. Okay, I will work on that. Next item is 2037 Patina BBG. Two more.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Robert Skeen, representing Patina BBG LLC. This is a request for a change in, I guess, change in the method of operation in the sense of we wish to go from a 9.9 gross profit split with the premises owner to a 14.9 split. This application was filed, I guess it was back in last fall. There was a rather rush to get Patina in their license. This is for the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens, by the way. And in order, we were advised by licensing personnel that if we dropped our rate below 10%, it wouldn't have to go to the full board, which meant that we could get in there that much quicker. There was weddings scheduled, and it was rather important that we get in as quickly as possible. So both the Brooklyn Botanic Garden Corporation and my client agreed to push the rent down to 9.9. With the caveat that we would later revisit it, and later is now, and now we're presenting this before the authority to go back to the 14.
So council, normally 10% ownership interest, the landlord needs to be a licensee, right?
That is our policy.
That's our policy, so
Has
for
been-
charities?
We have
Or
one
nonprofits?
above 10%.
We have?
Members have one above 10%.
You too?
No, I don't know if
I'm
it's
just kidding, yeah.
Especially when it's a public entity.
Right, that's what,
This
I mean,
is
this is a
it's a not-
501c3, right?
It's a not-for-profit.
Yeah.
It's the land is owned by the city of New York. They've
Okay.
been in business since 1917, and we all know.
Unless there's
Brooklyn Botanic
no
Gardens.
precedent, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I approve.
All right, we approve, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 2102C. It's a request for declaratory ruling.
21,
You would have had that through email.
yep. Yes, I know that one. Gotta open up my email.
Here.
Thanks.
Good afternoon again. Robert Skeen, representing Empire Estates LLC. This is a request for declaratory ruling. Actually,
I'm sorry, I thought you
I'm
represented the two
representing,
individuals.
I was just going to say, I'm representing the individuals. I'm sorry. They're individuals of William Guidera, who's with me today, and Chef Daniel Hume, who is his partner. Both Mr. Guidera and Mr. Hume all have ownership interests in 11 Madison Park, which is the highest rated restaurant, not only in New York City, but in the entire United States.
So just, I think the two main issues here, basically the trust structure.
Right.
And I don't know about the chairman's opinion, but I'm okay with the trust structure. I think the main issue, though, is the exclusive right to promote from the winery that's going to be owned by the trust structure that you've set forth. And so maybe you could address that, and then then the chairman can opine on his opinion.
Thank you. That's my understanding as well. The more dicier issue clearly is the independent contractor request. Here, we're taking the position that this is an arm's length transaction. It's not a gift of service between Mr. Guidera and Mr. Hume and the Empire Estates. What makes this a little bit more interesting is what Mr. Guidera has been doing over the last 15 years. Actually, they published a book in 2013, Mr. Guidera and Mr. Hume, if I may approach.
Sure.
This is predating anything that we've been working on.
That's heavy.
He's going to
I'm gonna let Will talk more about it, but they are, like, as Mr. Dana had raised earlier this morning, they are the poster children for Governor Cuomo's Taste New York program without even really knowing of it. They advocate New York produce. They use glassware made in New York, ceramics made in New York, everything they're looking. We don't need to go to Europe. We don't need to go to California. Everything that they have to make the best restaurant, not only in New York City, but in the entire country, can be gotten from New York produce, New York products. Mr. Guidera, if you would mind speaking a little bit about that.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I guess I just want to take a moment and assert the fact that it's not the wine business we're looking to consult on or have any contractual relationship with. It's the New York wine business. And I think that's an important distinction to raise here.
Because that's very different from what the document says. The document says you want to enter into a contract with a winery.
In New York.
Yes,
That's
a
what I'm
winery. So
But I'm saying I'm not just excited about wine the world over. I'm only excited about New York wine. And I think it's an important distinction because it plays very well, and it's a natural expression of what we've been doing. 11 Madison Park is one of the 4-star restaurants, and in 2009 we looked around at the 4-star restaurants in New York and we realized that everyone had a sense of place anywhere but in New York. One would feel like it was in Tokyo or Lyon or Piedmont, and I believe that New York is the greatest dining city in the world, but when you think about truly New York things, it's limited to pizza and like the very cheap foods, which I admittedly love to eat. And so we set out to make 11 Madison Park a restaurant that truly had a sense of place in New York. I think if you look back 10 years in New York, when you think about what luxury ingredients were, a restaurant was famous because they'd fly in fish from Japan. But then chefs started really investing in the farmers around New York and consulting with them, and by virtue of that investment, now the agriculture of New York is such that luxury is considered what is local. Similarly, we've invested in and consulted with glassblowers and ceramics artists. And now instead of buying porcelain from France, people are buying stoneware from Brooklyn. Instead of buying leather products from different parts of the world, we're buying it, stuff that's actually crafted here. The thing is all of that investment that's been going into every ingredient in the restaurant experience is great, but it's never crossed over to wine. I believe that New York has the capacity to create some of the world's greatest wines. But if you look around, people don't respect the Finger Lakes currently as an amazing wine region. And I think it's because no one who actually understands the modern palate of the people dining at restaurants and buying these wines has ever taken the time to really engage and try to help them create wines that will be considered world-class.
So, Mr. Guidera, sorry to interrupt, but I think there's no question that we think you're of the highest quality operator of your retail establishment, and your promotion of New York products and New York wines and New York foods and ingredients is, again, very admirable and exactly what part of what the SLA's laws have been modified to say to promote New York products and New York business development. So we're all in agreement with that, and if probably anybody that we could make an exception for, it would probably be in this particular case. But the legal question stands where we cannot provide somebody who has an interest in the retail sector the kinds of benefits that are being laid out before us here in terms of the promotion, the consulting arrangement that the documents have been submitted to say that that's what you would do. So that's really the issue. It's not a question of anything beyond your character or what you're proposing to do and how you're trying to really promote New York wine products in the Finger Lakes.
May I address
Sure.
issues, Commissioner Kim? Yes, I believe the issue really boils down to here from a legal point of view is can a person with a retail interest have any kind of relationship whatsoever with a manufacturer? And our argument is that this is an arm's length transaction. Their fee that Mr. Hume, Mr.
But it's
Woodell-
not available to every other restaurateur.
It's not available. I mean, not in that sense. No, it's not available to every restaurant.
And you see, that's
Empire
where
States
that's
wants to hire these two people as consultants because of the fact that they are the highest rated restaurant in New York, and that they are the highest rated restaurant.
But
in the
that's part of that's part of the problem.
And believe me, if one day if Mr. Guadera's talents faded, they probably would be looking for that kind of talent. So, sorry.
So how, in the word,
They would be looking for that kind of
Can
talent.
they fade?
I don't.
so in the words of the ABCL, how is this not a gift or service that influences the retailer to purchase the product? I mean, in your submission, you don't even cite to the rule or the statute on gifts and services.
No, I do not. I believe that's going to be a more discretionary call. If Mr. Guadera was an accountant and also happened to have a retail interest, would he be precluded from providing accounting services to a manufacturer?
And own the restaurant?
If he had an ownership interest in a restaurant,
Yes.
he would be precluded.
The consent orders that talked about printing companies for wine menus specifically said that the printing company that a manufacturer would go to had to be independent of the retailer. It couldn't be owned. So in your scenario, I would say no, he couldn't provide accounting services to a manufacturer.
I guess I just feel that I'm not a celebrity or anything. I don't think anyone's buying the wine because I'm associated with it. I think the idea is, and I think it's a conundrum, admittedly, because I know that there is this thing to deal with. But the people who are in my position, we have the knowledge that can actually be the thing that puts the Finger Lakes region on the map.
So why can't you do it for free?
Public, we hear a lot about the public-private
I was
partnership.
thinking that. I wouldn't say it, though.
Yeah, but the public sector and the
But
private
can you
sector
do that for free
partnership-
too? Would you still be providing services though?
Yes.
It would be.
I don't think you'd be able to do it for free either. I mean,
One thing
You're probably right.
and I hope I'm not
sure.
gonna
No, go,
forget
go.
what I'm about
No,
to
no,
say
go ahead.
is- And we do like have private labels. You're allowed to do private labels. We have done private labels with other New York wineries. So have done
And that's
quite a
something
bit for free.
specifically permitted in the ABCL.
No, I know, but I am saying that there is a limit when you talk about private sector, public sector. Like, I've given a lot of time to that, and I want to give more, but there also does need to be a situation where there is some financial incentive to give that much.
Well, you actually have, your
large
family has it now because you just now have more, I don't have a problem with the trust either. So your family's actually going to have an interest, obviously. Not you, but an irrevocable trust, so.
But another thing too is not just for that particular winery, but I mean, the entire region rises with that. If other restaurateurs are starting to look at the Finger Lakes region.
And we
again-
agree with you on all of
By the
the, it's
way-
just we're bound by the laws as they are until,
In
I
my
mean,
perfect world,
yes.
the guys from Danielle and Jean-Georges and Per se, they'd all start doing that with other wineries up there. If we could have the
course.
best restaurants in New York all consulting with wineries in the Finger Lakes, that'd be an amazing thing for New York.
And personally, I agree with you, but it's just the legislature has to go back and really modify the laws to allow for that to happen. And, we're here just interpreting those laws, and we're bound by.
Guys, let's start a revolution.
Well, at the same time, you'd have Ernest and Gallo opening restaurants all over New York, selling their wine in New York as well, then competing with you. You're talking about Tide House, you're talking about gifts and services, all at the same time. And nobody here, I think, is anti-New York wine and the promotion of it. It's just not legal within our framework. And I'm still waiting for Mr. Skeen to say how this isn't an impermissible gift or service that
No,
influences a
I
retailer.
think what he's saying is he's asking us to make an exception here.
My argument is that it's going to be an interpretation. It's not a bright line law. I mean, to me, a gift and service is something if, there's a manufacturer provides certain stocking shelves, things like that, clearly that's something as a gift of service. Here, I'm saying it's an arm's length transaction between an individual consulting with a winery that also happens to have a retail interest.
But the
There's money
opportunity
being paid.
itself is also, could be seen as a gift and service.
The opportunity would be available to all of the top restaurateurs in New York. I mean, we could.
What about the non-top restaurateurs in New York?
I'm not.
ABCL doesn't distinguish between top licensees and bottom licensees.
Well, it's just like when you have a bar night promotions. There's certain parameters that the manufacturer is going to do. They're not going to have a bar night at a very lower end kind of bar where they're promoting a high end product.
They have the opportunity to. Every retailer has the opportunity to have a buyback at their location.
I mean, I think we're all on the same page here, unfortunately.
My argument is simply that it is a discretionary call of the authority, and I understand that, that's.
I think if the laws gave us a little bit more of a wiggle room, then that's something maybe we could try to be more discretionary about. But on this particular issue, I think it is more of a bright line rule and ties our hands. Although we still hope you'll promote the Finger Lakes wineries in other ways.
If I'm not getting paid, maybe to your point, then I can scream from the mountaintops and just.
How wonderful all New York wines are, or could you go out and be a spokesperson for a particular winery that your children are the beneficiary of? No, that would still be a gift or service, even if it was gratuitous.
All right, so what if it were 2 wineries? I mean, where are we going to draw the line? I don't mean to be.
Well, the ABCL draws the line at what the members think influences a retailer to buy the product. Wouldn't it seem odd if your client was out screaming from the mountaintops that Empire Estates was the best wine in the world and then didn't sell it in his own restaurant?
What if he had, like I said, of the Finger Lakes region in general, if he did that? Would that be a gift of service?
I don't know. Put
I
a
mean,
pen to
and
paper.
that's not really
not the question before us.
Yeah, that's not really before us, but that's obviously a harder question.
Yeah, I think it all goes to that, the same issue. Mr.
But here we're
Carroll
talking
wants to
about
advocate for New York.
No, I know, but here we're talking about compensation for a particular winery that he actually now family has or will have an interest in, and he's also a retailer. I mean, this is really a bright line.
Before the members rule, I just want to revisit the trust issue, unless there's something else to be said, that we're ensuring that the trustee is an independent trustee without any tied house or other prohibitions.
Correct.
That the trust will never hold an interest in retail.
Correct.
That it will only hold interest in wholesale or manufacturing.
Correct.
And that the beneficiaries also have no tied house prohibitions, no felonies, no law enforcement. And the trustee will be listed as the licensee, and that upon any changes of the trustee, you have to come to the SLA on a change.
That is correct, yes. We understand that, and that was our position.
Okay.
And it will be irrevocable.
Irrevocable, yes.
So the declaratory ruling is that the trust portion is
Excuse me,
okay, and
one question.
yes.
Could it be revocable if the law were changed, if tied house were changed at some point in the future?
It's funny because you have Mr. Danow sitting behind you, who I believe has drafted numerous trusts to say that if the ABCL has changed, then the subject to the change of the ABCL. So it depends how you, the attorney, draft the trust.
Thank you.
So the ruling is that the trust portion is okay, but the issue number 2 is not?
Is a violation of
It's
the
a
Gifts and
violation of the
Services
Gift
Law.
and Services Law.
And I agree with that as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
guys.
Good luck.
Let me call the next one. 2089 Little Mill Wine.
2089?
You got to pull up. Okay. That and that.
88?
89.
89.
89.
We're here a lot.
Where is he? Does he still exist? Let's ask. I want to ask. Oh, you've met him?
I had to do it in
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Whoa, is everyone here in opposition? Yes, I guess so. You just want to put your name?
Yeah, my name is Mark Schwartz. I'm here to apply for a license to sell wine at Little Mill Wine on Nostrand Avenue in Prospect Bluff.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the opposition first, please.
Yep.
What is this, more stuff? From the applicant.
That's not good.
Certified wine with over 15 years of internet retail.
Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien. Good morning, Commissioner Kim, Chairman Bradley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Levi Hubner of Levi Hubner and Associates PC. I'm here with my associate. We represent in opposition Wine and Spirits LLC at 492 Flatbush Avenue, Liquor Town at 559 Flatbush Avenue, BDOT Inc. at 65 Fenimore, First Class Liquors at 699 Flatbush Avenue, Empire Liquor at 245 Empire Boulevard, and Crosstown Liquors at 1042 Nostrand Avenue. If I may, I have a submission.
Can you start that again? Crosstown Liquors, and you're representing JJ Wine, the sommelier as well?
No, not JJ Wine.
Okay, E&D Liquor Store? No?
No,
Shingda Liquor Corp?
no,
No. Responsible Liquor Inc.?
no,
No. Red Star Liquors Inc.?
no.
No. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of the 6 closest package stores, you're representing just the closest one, correct?
I'm representing wine and, I'm representing Crosstown and Empire Liquor.
Martha's, well, what's
Crosstown Liquors and Empire Liquor. I
what's
believe
the,
those are the closest.
Where's Empire?
Yeah, where's Empire?
Empire's at 245 Empire Boulevard.
Oh, that's E&D Liquor Store.
I apologize, there's a new owner and maybe it's changed. I apologize with the name change. I think it's
Well,
a new
I hope
owner.
we have that in our system.
Me too.
Okay, go ahead. Well, the next question I have, are you familiar with J&J Wine
I am
Consulting?
familiar. I
Is it
actually
open?
I was going to address that. May I just
Yes.
hand up a
Yeah.
submission to the chair people?
Thank you.
And I'll address it. That's what I wanted to actually address. One of my employees had actually spoken, finally was able to reach while I was out, the proprietor of J&J, and he had said that while his license was granted, I believe, I understand, about a year ago, he had had problems originally. The business was very slow, and then he went in to do renovations. And so he's been doing renovations, and that's why he's been closed. So he doesn't really have any sales or anything to show because he hasn't been open now, and he's still in the middle of renovations, as I understand. Additionally, by the way, Wine and Spirits LLC at 492 Flatbush Avenue, which was just granted a license a year ago, it took them until August 1st to get an eviction order and to get the previous tenants out, and they've only started renovations now, so they don't have any figures for the board because they haven't even been able to open. They expect to open by around Christmas time, as I understand it, Hanukkah time, depending on who's. And additionally, I'd just like to say that if you'd look in this submission that I've given to the board, right across the street, if you look on the board's website, it's 94 feet. I actually did, as the crow flies, a measurement, and I believe it was 104 feet from door-to-door entrance. There's the Église Évangélique Baptiste Church at 1128 Nostrand Avenue, which is right across the street from the applicant's premises. If you look at the second page of the photograph, it shows La Bay Market on the right, which immediately to the left of that is the applicant's address, and then it shows across the street on the corner the Evangelique Baptiste Church, which is.
We're aware of that. There
Additionally,
was an investigator that went out and there's a report. We have a report.
Additionally, I have a submission on page 2 is the letter from the pastor of Evangelique Baptiste, who's in opposition to this application.
I'm sorry, the issue with the field report was that the church was locked, and they didn't really get to speak to anybody to ascertain whether it's being exclusively used, except I guess, they did talk to Patty's Daycare Center.
That's upstairs.
In the same building.
That's
It's in the same
upstairs,
building, right.
And the church is the full floor on the bottom.
Yeah, but the
Right,
building
but it's
has
the
to-
building has to be exclusively
But
for the use.
I think there's
apologize. I'm sorry, no, I'm just
No,
telling
I
you what the
understand, but I think
200-foot
that,
law is.
I think that I believe that one of the subcategories, if it's the daycare, is involved with the church, but
Yes, and they said it was not.
okay, I apologize. And then the next letter, and submission 3, I have a letter from the pastor of Belua United Church.
Right, and that's 206 feet away.
I understand that,
So-
I understand that.
Right.
And then in addition, I have a submission from Mr. Stuart Ballberg, and Mr. Stuart Ballberg is the executive board member of Community Board 9, and
But he's writing on his personal capacity, right? Not on behalf of Community Board 9. No, that's how his letter reads. He doesn't
Right,
have
right,
it
right.
on the official letter.
So I'm just, he's very familiar with the neighborhood. I happen to be familiar with him. I just want to address a few other issues. Not only am I an attorney, but I'm an attorney who resides in Crown Heights. I've resided in Crown Heights over 30 years. I know the neighborhood very well, and there's a large saturation of stores, of liquor stores in Crown Heights. And the large saturation of liquor stores, there's 2 licensees that have their licenses only within the last year, and they haven't even had a chance to really open yet. And that's Wine and Spirits and J&J, and including on Nostrand Avenue in that area. If you look at the last photograph of the photographs I attached, a lot of those stores, I apologize, and I don't have 3 copies. I have a letter from the Black Association, and they're also here. This is Kathy Adamson in that area, and this is the 2 original letters from the taxi.
I just need to correct the record. I stated that the daycare stated in the letter that it wasn't associated with, and it does not say that, so I want to correct that.
Okay, so that's why I was just saying I didn't apologize, and maybe that was
No,
an
I was
area that.
incorrect, so
Okay, so I'm saying I understood that there's a
So then
sub
it-
exception if it's related with the.
I mean, it's a little unclear in the report we have because the upper 2 floors are apartments, and if they are apartments that are affiliated with the church exclusively for the use of church members, and if this daycare is, as you said, affiliated with the church, then this 200-foot rule could apply, and then we wouldn't be addressing any other issue.
Right.
So how do we deal with this now?
Maybe we should put it off for a further investigation. I apologize.
We're going to need a further investigation.
Right.
So,
But while everyone's here, you can put everyone on the record, since
Okay.
that they don't have to come back.
Fine, I appreciate it. So then I'd like to bring I'm stepping one up. I apologize. I don't have all the.
You want to just address the
Step up
PCN
one at a
issue?
time.
the what?
At the
So
public
from
convenience issue,
Crosstown Liquors, I have
Okay.
Tansy Chung, who's here, all right, and this way
From
she wouldn't
which-
have to.
which
From
store?
Crosstown Liquors. Tansy Chung, who's here in opposition.
Why don't you all move over to
Yeah,
the
why don't you all
microphone?
come up, just stand right,
Selena Young for Liquor Town.
Liquor Town? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy Adamson, Secretary of Lefferts Circle Block Association.
Thank you.
I'm Randy Berger. I was before you in March to obtain the license for 492.
492, okay.
I'm Dazhen from END Liquor Store, 245 Empire Boulevard.
Okay.
Which one? 245?
245 Empire Boulevard, the one with the name change, 'cause
with
it's
your
a new owner.
okay, the new owner, but we don't have it on the record, and you can't be, it's not good. We don't have any record of that, so
There was a sale, you had a lawyer?
I show for,
You had a lawyer? Can I get a translator?
you can keep going, you can just keep going. I'm just
Yeah,
letting
we'll
him
figure it
know.
out next
That's
time.
not an issue for us now, we're just giving him a courtesy
Thank you.
notice.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Is anyone?
Why don't you all come up? Whoever hasn't spoken, please come up to the podium together. It's okay, come.
Also with Crosstown Liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
That's
Okay.
it for today.
Thank you. So we'll hear from,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How do we work on the adjourn date?
just hold on
No,
one second, we're gonna actually address.
We may be able to deal with this now.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz?
Good afternoon again. Do you want me to just jump in and address some of these issues, or can I present?
No, I think the main concern is you, aside from the people who are here, within basically approximately half a mile, you have 6 stores already in existence, and 2 of them have been licensed, and one was licensed a year ago, a little over a year ago, and the second one was also licensed in the past 2.5 years. So what is it that you're going to be offering that's going to add public convenience and advantage that's not already being offered now?
Well, I would like to just back up and sort of explain the neighborhood in which we all live. It is a park-adjacent neighborhood to Prospect Park. It is bordered by Flatbush Avenue. on the west and by Nostrand Avenue on the east. In between those two avenues are residential blocks, Bedford and Rogers Avenue. The applicant at 492 Flatbush is located obviously on Flatbush Avenue, directly outside the train station. He also borders the park. My location is 4 blocks away on Nostrand. It also is by its own subway line. And more importantly, it is adjacent to a good percentage of the 15 developments that are happening along the periphery of the neighborhood. These developments are all happening along Nostrand, New York Avenue, Empire Boulevard, and Winthrop to the south. Along Nostrand Avenue, there is exactly one licensee, that is Crosstown Liquors. Crosstown is a bulletproof shop. While there's nothing wrong with that, I will be offering an open plan shop. Crosstown specializes in liquor and lotto and nationally distributed brands.
What
of
about
liquor and some
Qingda
wine.
Liquor Corporation on 1318 Nordstrand Avenue?
Qingda is beyond the borders of the neighborhood. I don't believe it's in my top 4 competition.
It's about 6 blocks away going south.
The licensees that turned up with my application as being the immediately affected were J&J. If you see, Qingda is listed at 955 square feet, so the actual...
Well, we have it as the 4th closest. It's very close. I mean,
It's also a bulletproof shop. It's a bulletproof shop.
liquor shop?
Yeah, and it is not,
Bulletproof.
it's not in the accepted boundaries of the neighborhood.
Okay. Accepted boundaries meaning people will not cross over to
Well, the clientele, the market that I'm hoping to serve is Prospect Lefferts Gardens, and that is a neighborhood that is largely single-family homes and apartment buildings. It's rapidly gentrifying neighborhood, and the clientele that's there, a largely middle-class neighborhood, has been without any sort of reliable quality liquor or wine store. All of the dots that you see on that map are bulletproofs, with the exception...
All of them?
Absolutely all of them, with the exception of Randy's, which is not yet open, which is Wine and Spirits at 492 Flatbush, and J&J, which is closed for whatever reason they're closed. All the rest are bulletproofs.
Yeah, J&J.
You'll have your time.
They picked up their license back in 2014. They should have been open then.
He said they were open and then shut to do renovation.
They have not filed an alteration. They have not placed their license in safekeeping. That's an issue.
Well, if you happen to know J&J's owner, they haven't filed for an alteration application nor put their license in safekeeping, and that's a serious issue as well.
I've lived in the neighborhood for many years, and I'm constantly walking around the neighborhood. I check in on Hector at J&J, and I have not seen his gate up for many months.
So let me ask you this. Crosstown is bulletproof, E&D is bulletproof, Qingda is bulletproof?
Yes, all of them.
Responsible Liquor is bulletproof?
Responsible Liquor is a kosher wine shop that's part of the Hasidic community. I know Menachem at that shop, and while they are a walk-around shop, they are not in any competition with my store.
It's all kosher?
Yes.
Red Star Liquor is bulletproof?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well.
I can speak to the church issues.
All right, we're
too,
going
if you
to
wanna
need
move on to
a
that.
adjournment to handle the two. We need to send an investigator out to confirm the 200-foot ruling on the what was it called, the E-Baptist Church?
The first one.
If I could just point out to the commissioners that the address of the church across the street is also a travel agency, a daycare, a church. There are apartments for rent, and I believe that there is another service being run out of that same address. I really did do my homework and
No,
found
I believe you, but we have to confirm that ourselves independently, and for whatever reason, our investigator did go out there, but we didn't get he didn't give us conflicting information to that, but he also didn't confirm that information. So we need that to be confirmed, and that's probably going to take, how long?
I can get it done before the next board meeting. I just want to see if I can see anything on Google Maps to show. You have to send them out. I can't tell.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to have to send him out. The opposition does not need to come back. If you have something you want to add right now, you can. You're welcome to come back, but don't feel the need to come back. But if you want to add something right now, you're welcome to. But you're going to have to come back.
When is the adjournment?
9:21, or we can do it after that because it's our issue. No, but is 9:21 okay with you or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize, I didn't have my calendar in front of me, and I wasn't expecting an adjournment. I don't know if 9/21 is a holiday or not. I don't have
It's
my.
not.
It's not?
Kol Nidre is on the 22nd.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, I
You're
appreciate that. Thank you very much. So the thing that I would like to add is that it's a little bit not accurate to say that Responsible Liquor only sells kosher, that they're limited to kosher items.
Well, have
Because-
you been in there?
Yes.
What percentage is kosher?
Well, this is what I'd like to, there's a de facto that it's like, you walk into a supermarket and there's certain products that are national brands that everybody buys, but they're kosher. So, for example, most whiskeys and scotches are kosher, and a kosher store is going to sell kosher whiskey and scotches. Yes, the wine that he sells is exclusively kosher wine, 100%. But the liquors that he sells are national brands, and most national brands, tequila, scotch.
Does he carry any non-kosher items?
It's the difference between what's classified as OU kosher and stuff that
That's
is
what I'm
kosher
asking.
without.
So no,
but
he
the
doesn't,
stuff
he
that's still
doesn't carry
kosher
any.
doesn't need a rabbi.
He
That's
doesn't
what I'm
carry
asking.
any non-kosher items.
Right.
He
He
doesn't
what?
carry any non-kosher items.
Yeah, okay.
And we
He
get
doesn't
your
carry
point.
any
That was,
non-kosher. But again, that's
all right, we
the
understand
issue of
that point.
Nostrand Avenue. I just wanted to say that every single store, the pharmacy included, is bulletproof. Everything over there is bulletproof, and it's a gates, and it's a very depressed. That strip in Nostrand, I don't know where that the applicant believes. I don't believe that there's a need. There's an oversaturation. I don't believe we're that up from Empire Boulevard.
But can you
coming-
confirm all those liquor stores on that map, other than the ones he mentioned, are bulletproof?
I can't confirm that, but I will confirm it by the next time that I'm here, the next
Okay,
time. that
and
we're
it
on.
would be helpful on this map if you use different colors for the liquor stores, because for the churches too, I think you just use blue dots. So from our perspective, correct? Yeah, so maybe make the liquor ones red, and every other landmark item that you want to highlight, you can keep it blue or whatever. It's harder to look at.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so 9:21, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Save that one.
2090 Honey Wine and Spirit.
Okay. Previously liquor store.
Good afternoon, John Springer for Honey Wine and Spirit, Inc. With me is the principal, Jamal Singh. I don't
quick-
believe any protests were filed. Would you like to inquire?
No protests that I have on file here. Quick question. So the applicant's receiving a loan from Barpoor Man.
Yes.
Can I ask the applicant, how are you related to Mr. Mann, who's giving you the loan?
That's my brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, does he have a license? Does he own a package store?
No.
He doesn't have any liquor license?
He gave me loan only.
He gave you a loan, but he doesn't have a package like,
No.
he doesn't own a liquor store?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Springer, on the application, you write that there'll be a website, but no sales from the website. Is that correct?
Yes, down the road, if they go that route, we'll file an amendment and make sure they comply with all the rules for taking
And
online
the
sales.
1,100 square feet, how much of it is retail?
420 square feet is the retail space.
420.
There's and then there's a basement. for
And
the
this
rest.
isn't going to be bulletproof, right?
No, it's not bulletproof. It's replacing a store that was there right up until we filed. They had some family issues.
Yeah, no, we're familiar with those.
Okay.
She's just checking on Mr. Mann, verifying he's not. And then, no? Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He said the lender is single.
Single.
What?
Hey, excuse me, sir? Sir?
Maybe
Can-
it's his sister's.
Can you come back, please? Can you get Mr. Springer?
It's just, yeah.
No, but I want to know. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
right.
true. Mr. Springer, I'm sorry. We're just going to quickly recall the case. I just have one quick question. So you said it was your brother-in-law who gave you the loan? Is that your sister's husband?
Yeah, my cousin sister.
Your cousin's sister?
Cousin sister.
You said your brother-in-law gave you money, right?
Yes, he's my brother-in-law. He married with my cousin.
Married to your cousin.
That might be,
I think he misunderstands
that might be a cultural
Yeah, I
difference.
Yeah, but I think,
Okay.
yeah, you just had it as single though, right?
That's fine, then
All right.
he's saying it's not
Thank you.
either one of them.
Okay, thanks.
Because
So you are single.
You're single, right? You're single.
Okay. All right, still approved.
Okay, thank you.
2043, Sammy's Wine and Liquors. 2043, it's a reconsideration of full board's approval.
The only difference is,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner King, Chairman Vincent Bradley, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is a request for reconsideration for a license to sell liquor and wine at a retail off-premise consumption, commonly referred to as package store license. The proposed license establishment is located at 217-13 Jamaica Avenue, Queens Village, New York 11428.
Sir, so can I have a question? So this has been denied before, and it's coming before us for reconsideration. You've submitted 194 petitions from Queens residents, not necessarily in the vicinity of the store, but you did submit 109. Okay, so, but you did submit 194
We had forgotten to
petitions.
submit it last time when we were here.
Excuse me?
Last time when I was here, and I asked Mr. Fogelman, why did we not submit it? He said, I forgot. So
Okay, so, but aside from these 194 petitions, is there any additional information you have that was not presented in the previous
Yes.
hearing? And what are those?
Can I?
Sure. Thank you.
According to the letter of denial of the application sent to me from the office of Miss Cynthia O'Brien, it states that I have not been able to show that I will be offering anything that is not already available in the existing package stores that are serving the community. First and foremost, I have decided to prepare a sign 36 inches and 24 inches in size, that is 3 feet by 2 feet, sir, and post it conspicuously on the wall inside the store so every customer can read it. When they come enter the store, they can read that sign. The sign will request our customers to give their suggestions and tell us what brands of wines and bourbons they need, so we can add those brands to our inventory as soon as possible. In addition to the sign, we shall also carry New York State wines and bourbons as 30% of our inventory, sir. Last time I couldn't address this properly to you, that's why I've come today to address. The ones we have decided to carry are as follows: Sauvignon Blanc and Merlot from Dilberto Winery, Long Island. This is a special request from a lady who has also signed the petition. Her name is Deborah Debord. And that must be fifth from below on the 4th page or something like that. Muse and Gallery Wines from Beryl Cellars, Long Island. Cabernet Sauvignon and Sauvignon Blanc from Palmer Vineyards, Long Island. Cabernet Franc, Barrel Fermented Chardonnay from Clovis Point, Long Island. And Dr. Frank Chardonnay, Dr. Frank Dry Rose, and Frank Pinot Noir, that's my favorite, from Dr. Constantine Frank's wineries in Finger Lakes. In addition to the wines I just mentioned, we shall also carry some spirits and bourbons from New York. Half Moon Orchard Gin from Tilliton Spirits, Gardenia, New York. Hudson Maple Case Rye Whiskey, also from the same company. Due Not Rum and Bourbon Whiskey from Van Brunt Stillhouse, Brooklyn, New York. Beach Plum Gin Liqueur and American Dry Gin from Green Hook Gin Smiths, Brooklyn, New York. And that, I suppose, is our backyard. Live Vodka, that's the best one. 2012 gold medal winner from New York International Spirit Competition, sir. That is made from Long Island Spirits, Baiting Hollow, New York. and Rough Rider is a Bull Moose 3-barrel rye whiskey. So most of these brands are not available at the 4 closest stores that we always mention about. The second point in the letter of denial of application from Ms. O'Brien's office states that one of the licensees had a 50% decrease in gross revenue when it stopped selling lottery ticket, This particular licensee is A&P Wine and Liquor Incorporation, situated at 218-86 Hempstead Avenue, Queens Village, New York, 11429. In the letter of opposition sent to the Liquor Authority, a copy which I have just presented to you, sir, the owner specifically mentions that, quote, currently my store A&P Wine and Liquor Incorporation has liquor business, but since the state allowed lottery to a nearby store, it has greatly affected my lottery business. We are talking about liquor. We are not talking about lottery. Liquor is his main business, sir. Unquote. This proves that he is still selling New York lottery, and he's not stopped it, and it is not given up. As I mentioned before, we sell New York lottery too. I sell New York lottery in my laundromat. I do MoneyGram, money orders, Western Union. I sell Metro cards. I know the lottery trade. We sell New York lottery. Yes, the commissions are very sweet, and there is very little labor to put in New York lottery. But that does not mean we neglect our laundry business, which is our main primary business. New York lottery is a side business. A&P Wine Store must have.
I think what he's pointing out is that a significant part of his sales are lottery rather than liquor, and that's as a result of lack of demand.
Yes, sir. I will come to that
for the
point.
liquor.
Sir, in the previous meeting, it was addressed that his sales on liquor is low. The reason for his sales on liquor getting low is that lottery is got 2 type numbers, midday numbers, evening numbers. When the midday numbers come at 12:30 is fine. When the evening numbers come out at 7:30, the lottery customers tend to come 1 hour before, rushing in the store to play their numbers. Now, if he's got a big rush and the crowded store, who is going to park a car on a parking which is not even available outside? It's street parking. It's difficult. Who's going to park and go inside after just seeing the store full? That is why the customers have moved on to other areas, and the people who have signed the petition are from their area, and they have told me that they went to other areas, and somebody goes to Flushing when he does his grocery, somebody goes to Long Island when they do the grocery. I'm just trying to pull those people back into the community and make my business, sir. I'm just a simple businessman. I'm not trying to accuse nobody. That is with this gentleman. Now, the second letter of opposition that you had received was dated April 27, 2015, and that was sent to you by Loco Liquor Incorporation, which was situated at 21259 Jamaica Avenue, Queens Village, New York, 11428, a copy of which is over there, sir. You have it. In this letter, the owner clearly states, quote, we are a new owner at 21259 Jamaica Avenue liquor store since December 2014. December 2014. The letter is addressed April 27, 2015. He was just the owner for 4 months and a new owner, and continuation of his letter. And we are currently very struggling with our business due to the close distances.
We have the letter. You don't have to
Sorry, sir.
keep reading it.
But the point I want to address is he states in the letter that we are not making good business because of lack of business experience. Why did you buy the business if you don't have the experience? It seems to me that this store has been bought by new owners 9 months ago, but when you purchase a new business, the first thing you look is the area,
we
the
understand.
vicinity. Then you see the accounts, books of accounts. If the books of accounts are
The
not...
main issue here is that we had those letters of protests in the original application, and we understand that the issue is you have a store 0.1 miles away whose sales have steadily declined. You've had a new license issued in less than a year ago, the second closest store.
His sales are rising
I'm sorry,
gradually,
I'm sorry,
sir.
that one was around before. My mistake, I withdraw that comment. But the one closest to you, which is
He's doing
1,500 square feet.
3.5 million sales, sir. He had risen in sales. His sales dropped because the pressure of crowd came from both those stores which had lost their customers due to business problems, due to management problems. Now he had a crowd, and when his store is also full during peak hours, customers come by and they walk away somewhere else. Then they decide, next time I'm not going. And this particular store that is recently bought and is saying that he is situated exactly across the street from Key Food. He could make a killing. The one who is saying that he doesn't have business experience.
Well, he doesn't look like he is making a killing right now.
He could make a killing, sir. He's in front of Key Food, the main supermarket, which all our residents go and shop. And Key Food has got 40 car parking.
I think the problem is, and it was the problem when we denied the license previously, and this is a reconsideration, the issue we had, and I think we both had the same issue, is that there are so many liquor stores very close by. None of them are doing increased sales. They're all declining. And you say it's because they're running bad businesses,
Yes,
but
sir.
all 5 of them can't be.
All
And-
5 are not doing. How come the new one that has just opened up, that is the Vaheguru store, he's not even on the main street and he is inside, half a block inside 212 Street, and his sales are gradually rising? He knows what he's doing, sir. It's just 2 years back you have issued a license to him, sir.
Yeah, but there was already a store there.
There was no store there.
It says what are you talking about, local liquor?
No, not local liquor, sir. It is 2 years back you have issued a license to Vaheguru International Incorporation,
that's
situated
not-
at 9445B 212 Street.
Now you're naming a 5th store that's that's not even in one of the closest 4.
No, it's the 4th store. It's on 212. Sorry.
I have A&P Wine and Liquors is the 4th closest store. But that's the point. This is all under a mile, all these stores. None of them are doing gangbusters business that would indicate that there is a need for another liquor store. You haven't really presented anything else that we haven't considered other than the signatures, which
So
really don't solve the problem.
Before you give your vote, I know your vote will be final. I humbly request you to understand.
sorry?
I know your vote is final, but before you put your vote in today, I humbly request you to consider one situation, sir. I am situated across the street from Long Island Railroad. There is a big parking lot. There are stores all around me. There are 3 major banks, Citibank, Capital One Bank, and Chase Bank, all around. People are coming over there. Women are coming over there to do the nails, the hairs. There is Popeyes, Dunkin' Donut. It's a hustling, bustling neighborhood. You can call it a strip mall, sir. These 3 blocks is really hustling and bustling. Give us a chance and we will not let you down, sir.
It was.
People come from almost 2 miles, park over there. Ladies get their hairs done, their nails done. They buy the Popeyes. They come to my laundromat to do their laundry. Don't you think they deserve to just buy a bottle of wine or liquor and go home in one-stop shop?
Yeah.
It will serve them, sir. Give a consideration to this, sir. Please. It's a humble request.
How big is your floor space going to be? Retail sales?
The floor space on top is around like 1,000 and something. I spoke to my expediter. He said, yeah, last time when I told you 1,100. And 1,100 basement is free for storage. I have both together. 1,100 on top, 1,100 at the bottom, sir. And the whole thing, I'm not even making a cabin. My cabin is my laundromat next door. My living room is my house up there. I live up there.
That's him, yeah.
Sir, I promise you this store will do good. Trust me, I see it. It's got the crowd right over there, sir. They come over there. It's a humble request. Please consider it, sir. I've put a lot in it.
So,
I'm just a businessman, sir, trying to do something good.
I guess the reconsideration factor is, even though this was presented to us before, that it is in front of a Long Island Railroad station, as the sales are decreasing, but the closest store does have 3.5.
I will show sales.
Excuse me, sir?
I will
Can
give you.
can you just?
I'm sorry, sir. Forgive me.
The closest store does have over 3.5 million in sales. And then the nearest one after that, although it is a new package store issued, it is almost half a mile away. So I will reconsider and grant the reconsideration.
Thank you.
You still need chairman's vote.
Chairman.
Granting recon and approving.
Chairman, a lot belongs on.
Oh, yes, granting the recon and approving the license, and that's my,
Granting the what?
granting the reconsideration and then approving it so that we don't have to send it back and
How many square feet is your retail?
1,100, sir. Between 1,000 and 1,100.
And that's all going to be retail space?
Everything, except for one little toilet in the corner. That's just for the staff.
I'm sorry, I mean, I know why I denied it last time, and I have to deny it again. I just don't see the sales, and they're all decreasing.
It's a hustling, bustling area.
I understand that,
can
but
give you
there's
sales,
just...
sir. It will work out. I can give you a lot of sales.
No, I'm not worried about you giving us a lot of sales. I'm telling you that the other sales of the stores nearby are all not, they're not even
Probably
flat,
those are
they're
not even the people
decreasing.
who are going to them. They are coming from different areas to their parking lot and getting the stuff done.
I'm sorry, the reconsideration's denied.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
God bless you.
2038 Sandy Gourmet Deli. Did anyone else sign in for this one? No. All right, I had also had Mr. Baptiste, the attorney rep for the applicant, had come in and he requested an adjournment to the 21st.
Say that again? He wants the 21st?
He came in here to request an adjournment. I just want to make sure nobody else signed in.
That's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
We had emergency. 2061 La Linda Wines and Liquors.
The one I just threw away then? What was the one that was adjourned just now?
Sandy Gourmet Deli.
2038. Was that pulled already?
Yes.
Yes? I must have just dumped it with the other one.
Supplemental from the
Oh, here it is. All righty.
Here you go, Carol. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good. Go ahead.
Yes, we're here back for this application. There was supposed to be an investigation by the authority. There was a protest made, and they indicated that there was a church less than 200 feet away.
It wasn't conclusive.
Couldn't get in.
Well, he went and checked. Problem was there were 3 apartments with 3 different names on it. He rang the doorbell and he couldn't get in touch with anybody, so it was hard to tell.
Well, the applicant...
We haven't received any response back to
And we sent a letter as well to the church.
Yes, it's a gated storefront with several apartments on top. Doesn't look like there's any activity. My client has been there. He's in the area, already owns a grocery store about 5 blocks away. He's very familiar with the neighborhood. He went there. He went on Sunday. He went on Saturday night. He didn't see any activity by that alleged church.
Would we say this is 214 feet? It's not 120?
No, it's 2 separate.
There's 2 separate.
Oh, 2 separate ones.
Yeah,
Oh, so we're only dealing with this one.
that one is the one, yeah.
Yeah, because there were 2 churches. One was deemed to be 214 feet away, so we'll leave that to be. And then the other one that's 120 feet away is the one where we couldn't find if there were any responses from the apartments.
Right, but we're not within the 200-foot rule.
Oh, that one's 120 feet away.
One of them
Right,
is
but it was
120 feet.
inconclusive. It's a gated storefront.
Storefront?
Which church are you referring to? Church of the Living God or Victory Christian
Yes,
Tabernacle?
Church of the Living God.
Church of the Living God, gated storefront.
Gated storefront can be a church. Why can't it
Yes,
be a church?
it could,
Yeah.
but there's no activity. There's It's not registered with New York State. It's not in the lamp report. It has a I believe this is the one that has multifamily above it.
And I'm sure we asked you this the last time you were here, but he owns your client owns a deli and a grocery that he's not going to continue working at, but someone will manage?
Well, he's obviously going to be managing both places. They're 5 blocks away.
But he's already had issues at the grocery, correct?
I'm not aware of any prior issues.
Well, I'm sorry, he had another deli where we revoked the license, is that correct?
Which deli is that?
2007?
Una bodega?
We have one, but the grocery store, the store don't work good. I want to sell. I passed the license.
That was in 2007?
Yeah.
What happened? I'm sorry?
Untaxed cigarettes, right?
Right, and failure to notify, improper conduct, failure to respond. It was revocation and bond imposed on January 24, 2007.
Well, that's no good.
But you owned that grocery store at the time, right?
Yeah.
And then,
I have a AG in the area. We are 7 to AG. I don't have a problem.
and then in 98,
Yeah.
you did it, there was a gambling issues there as well?
Yeah. I have a 7 AG over here, and I have a problem with my license. You know.
I can't understand what he's
For
saying.
the past 7-8 years, he hasn't had a problem. I think that's what he said. Is that right? Is
That's
that what he
correct.
said?
That's what he said. Last
Okay.
7-8 years, no problems with the license. He's been operating the store on Wilmore Street.
The Wilmore Street, it's been for what, the past 4 years? 2011?
Since 2011.
So 4 years he's had a,
Well, he also had a store prior to that, C&Me Corporation, and then a DBA.
right, but that's the one that got revoked. So I don't think
Also
you
had
want to
one
bring
that
that
was
up.
surrendered in 2010.
I mean, I realize he hasn't had any, I realize he hasn't had issues in 7 or 8 years, but a revocation in 2007 is kind of a big deal.
Well, I'm not familiar with the details of what happened back then. I mean, he's indicating, what did you sell the store back in 2007? What happened with?
No,
Well, he got arrested for something, failure to notify us.
I closed that store, but the store open. I know what to
Cigarettes?
No, I understand that, but we took your license away.
Well, but all,
do. No, I passed the license.
It says we revoked the
I
license.
passed the license and I take your license. But I closed the business here.
you surrendered the license because you closed the store, or was it
The
revoked?
Wiki passed the license for the store.
The what?
The Wiki, que el contable pasó la licencia porque el negocio no funciona.
That he sold it, that he,
Can you come to the mic, please? And just put your name on the record, sir.
Juan Martinez,
Oh, how are you related?
he's my uncle.
Okay.
That he's saying that he sold the store and he kept the license to the accountant.
He kept the license back.
With the
I
accountant?
guess what he means is that they use an accountant or business services person.
Right, so he doesn't realize that it was revoked?
Right, exactly. You know, a lot of times they use these business services,
Right.
and half the time I don't think they really understand.
And the main issue here that I see is that just within half a mile, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 package stores.
And you actually have 3 within 0.3 miles.
Within 0.3 miles.
2 of them are relatively big.
2,000 square foot each.
Right, I think the New Far East Liquor Corp., the one at 767 Rockaway Avenue, and then there's one that's just further north of that, which is, I guess, 150 feet away from each other. That's on Rockaway Avenue also. I believe the gentleman was here the last time from New Far East Liquor Corp. He has a bulletproof store. He also indicated that there was...
New Far East is bulletproof at 2,000 square feet?
Yes, I submitted a photograph and some supplemental material
Yeah, that was the stuff that was received late on Monday. I had no chance.
No, I made
Oh, the one
copies.
that's, yeah, okay, sorry, stuff you just did.
Right.
Oh. What about the other George Liquor? Is that bulletproof?
Give me 1 second, I do have some notations over here.
It is liquor proof.
Yeah,
Or
it is.
bulletproof. Oh, no, I mean that one, the big one. First, New Far East is bulletproof.
Which one were you indicating? Jinfu Liquor Corp?
George Liquor, George Liquor
Or
Inc.
Jeffrey
Oh, well, that's small anyway. All right, Jinfu. Give me,
Yeah, Jinfu is a small dilapidated store with low inventory.
but bulletproof?
That I do not know. It's a small store in a very commercial area.
Does he know?
Do you know if the one that's next on Rockaway Avenue, the other liquor
Sí, la
store?
que está en Rockaway es bulletproof. que tiene-
Let see.
He doesn't know?
And then there was also an indication by Mr. Chen that there was no new construction, no new developments, and if you look at my supplemental material, he's indicating that it's all two-story, two-family residents all over the place. And just in his backyard, literally across the street and behind him, you have multi-story residences. Across the street, so I mean, that's, clearly those were self-serving statements that he's made, if not contradictory, false. So I would ask that the commission at least lend some credibility issues to Mr. Chen's statements and the opposition. His store is also pretty much a quarter mile away.
How much of the space is going to be retail space?
It's 524 square feet. It's 25
520.
by 21.
Is it going to be bulletproof?
No, open floor plan.
No bulletproof? All right, I mean,
I mean, the area is very popular,
normally-
dense population.
sure. Normally, based on the fact that we had revoked a license in 2007, I would also tend to deny on character and fitness issues. But then I guess the board had licensed him subsequently on at least on 2 occasions, and for the past 4 years, he has had no adverse history. It's a small footprint in terms of the retail space, and the nearest store is bulletproof. So, and this being an open one, based on those conditions, I'll approve.
How far is the deli from this store?
It's 5.5 blocks away.
So who's managing the liquor store?
The applicants can be managing the liquor
He's
store.
going to go back and forth between
Right.
both?
So it's pretty close. It's actually a minute by car.
5.5 blocks away?
I did a Google search, depending on traffic, it's anywhere from a minute to 2 minutes, if you map it.
Does he have parking? Does he have parking?
It's a residential area.
It's a quarter mile. What's the address of the deli?
It's
1157.
1157 Wilmore. I mean, they're really close to each other. He's a businessman who's been operating in the area a very, very long time.
The George Liquor, what's the, does he know the hours of that?
Do you know the hours at the liquor store?
Is that open regularly?
Wilmore Street?
La de Wilma, que está así,
Well, the women's, it's open 12 o'clock. Sunday, maybe not open.
What do you say?
He's saying they open around noon, but he doesn't believe they're open on Sundays.
Because it's just their sales are all over the place. All right, given that the closest one is bulletproof, it appears that George's, which was issued in 2013, is either open part-time or not open regularly. I'll approve the license. The other close liquor store sales have all gone up.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So you've ruled it's not a 200-foot issue.
And it's not a
So we
200-foot
ruled
issue,
that
yes.
it's not a 200-foot issue based on the information before us. Oh, really?
So we
Okay.
already know the answer.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
The daycare is not affiliated with the church, so.
2088 G&B Liquor and Wine.
2088.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Okechukwu Onkwe.
Hold on one second, please. I guess we have opposition, so can we hear from the opposition first, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board. I'm representing Cabana Liquor Store in Limeris, Heredia.
So can you pull that microphone to you, because I can't hear you?
Sure. I represent Cabana Liquor Store, Limeris, Heredia. The reason I opposed to this license is because we are pretty close to the proposed G&B Liquor and Wine. We are located at 2095 Grand Concourse, which is between 180th and 181st. We have another liquor store at between 181st and 182nd, and the proposed address is actually on 181st, right between the two liquor stores, about, I don't know, 500 feet away from us. So that's the base of my, and also there's hasn't been any development in the area nearby, so I don't see the added.
What about the fact that this proposed applicant store will be on the other side of the Grand Concourse?
That's merely just 500 feet away from us, and it's we are closer to 181st. We are between 180th and 181st, closer to 180th.
And then he's on the other side of the street, right? And
Right.
Grand Concourse is kind of a big street?
Is it? It is.
It's 100, Grand Concourse is 100 feet, 200 feet street, four lanes, to south, to going north.
Right.
But the fact is that they're trying to open Riot Avenue on 181st, which is 528 feet away from us. And even Liquor Store, which was located in 180 and 183rd, 8 months ago moved closer to us to across the street. They transferred the license to 181st and 183rd, and that have diminished the amount of sales that we have.
You're talking about Alvin's?
Alvin's, yes.
Right.
Nonetheless, we have a liquor store that was open also on 184th. There's another liquor store on 188th. There's another liquor store on Burnside and Creston Avenue, another liquor store on Burnside and Ryer, and there's another liquor store on 183rd and Grand. There's no new development on the area. The community is still the same, and our sales are not increasing, especially after Irving moved closer to us.
Are you a bulletproof store?
We are a bulletproof store. Also, Irving is bulletproof store.
Okay, applicant, please. Any more questions? Good? No?
Good afternoon again.
Hi, are you going to be a bulletproof store?
Yes.
You are too?
Yes, and just like he pointed out, that all the stores lies between the Grand Concourse and Grand Avenue, and there is none of these stores. There's no liquor stores between Grand Concourse and Park Avenue on the side I'm proposing to open. And also, he said that Grand Concourse is a 4-lane. Grand Concourse is not a 4-lane. Grand Concourse is a 6-lane motorway.
Well, there's parking.
Huh?
There are parked vehicles, and then
No,
there's
no,
two lanes
there's
of
a major,
traffic.
there's a major lane, and there's a service line between the major highway and the stores. Like Cabana, there's
Yes.
between the major highway and this. They're all on the other side. And on this side, we have all the delis, the Chinese restaurant, the Concourse Food Plaza. It's on this side.
But
And
there was a liquor store there previously, wasn't there, and they moved?
There was on where?
Where your proposed premises are?
there's no liquor store. It's
Was
not-
there one though? Was Alvin's there?
No. Alvin's was further down. And we have
Okay, I see. All right.
we have all these the laundromats are still on this side. And then so the only thing that will make many of the residents to cross the Crown Concourse is maybe to go and buy liquor. And at that junction between 100 and the 181 and Grand Concourse, in 2014 there were 10 motor vehicle accidents, and so far this year there has been 6. Though there's no, I'm not saying that they went to buy liquor, but that's one of the things that you have on the other side, which none is in this side, and there's none east of me. Also, Cabana stated that approving one may affect her sales. But when you consider that when we had A and H east of me on East 181, which closed down, after A and H closed down, there's no significant impact or significant difference between what they declared when A and H was there and when A and H is not there, which evidence that a store on this side where I am will not, because the residents will either move down, further down, rather than crossing this major way. If it has a significant effect, then that closing of that store will have jumped their sales. And then another thing, I stated that we'll carry a large selection of wines and liquor, because in that area recently, you have an influx of Africans from Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Togo, the Central African area. And when it comes to food and wine, people maintain what they are used to back home before immigrating to the United States. And many of these drinks that you have from Europe, from England, which many of these countries were the colonies of England, and the same products, they go for it. And I've been to Cabana, I've been to the one on both sides, the Monte Carlo. I've been there, and many of these drinks, like the Grey Goose, they don't have it. Many of the drinks that you expect people, Ketel, he doesn't have it. I know he have a Ciroc, and then the New Amsterdam, you have it, and the rare nephew from the Caribbean. They don't have these drinks that all this new population goes for, and that's why the Bumper Sapphire, they don't have it. I've been to their shop many times and asked for these items. They don't have it.
That's just in Cabana, or you went to Cabana, Alvin's,
I've been to
Annika?
Cabana. I've been to Monte Carlo, which is by the corner of
Where's Monte
Northside
Carlo?
Avenue, and
Monte Carlo.
Yes, I've been there.
Yeah. What about Annika?
Annika on Bonside. Yes, I've been to Annika on Bonside.
But they don't have Kettle One, or
It's a smaller
store. Oh, that's a very small store. Okay.
It's a-
Alvin's. What about Alvin's? You've been to Alvin's?
I've been to Alvin's.
And you're saying they don't sell Kettle?
Alvin's sells more selection than Cabana, but Cabana is the one that argues about maybe the new one, because I believe that Cabana's sales is, because when you look at the sales of Monte Carlo, that's a 900,000 a year for 800 square foot store. And then when you come to Cabana, which is one of the nearest ones, there was a problem there. So this other one, my store is not even on the Grand Concourse. It's not just opposite them on the Grand Concourse. My store is off the Grand Concourse. From the Grand Concourse on East 81, you pass Anthony.
We have a map.
Yeah.
Do you want to say, he wants to say something, go ahead. No, into the microphone, and tell us who you are.
My name is Junior Taveras, and most of our clientele, they come from...
Into the microphone, I can't hear you.
Most of our clientele, they come from the side that he wanted to open the store. Once after the other store closed down, everybody was to come down there. And we have all those selection that he's talking about.
You're saying most of your customers come from where he is?
Yeah, from across the
Where he
street.
wants to be?
Yeah, we always do survey and what kind of liquor they want, what kind of wine they want.
Do you have Grey Goose?
Oh, yes. That's our main brand. Rapid Nephew, we have it. Rapid Nephew doesn't sell a lot. We have a lot of from Ghana, Africa, that they go there, and we ask them, what you want? And they
So
usually
what about so on their side of the Grand Concourse that they're talking about?
Yeah.
Are there other stores? Do you know? They might not be the
Anika-
closest, but
Anika is the one that is the closest to.
Anika's on your side of Grand Concourse.
No, it's on the other side, on the east side.
It's on the other side.
Yeah, on the east side. On Burnside.
Do you see Annika? All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, originally I was.
Why don't we let him come back up?
Oh, sorry.
You talked about Anika. Anika is not because if my store will affect Anika, Anika will have.
But Anika's on your side of the Grand Concourse, correct?
On that side, but on Burnside, it's far away from me.
Well,
And even
it's the same distance. It's 0.3 miles. It's just far away from the Grand Concourse.
But Anika's store is
Small. I say it's small. I get it.
It's small.
Are there
and then
other
the-
liquor stores on your side of the Grand Concourse?
There is none. If there's
What about
none, if there's anyone, I will not.
Super Stop. What about Super Stop? You know that one? Super Stop.
Super Spot
Super Spot. Anybody?
on
221 East Tremont Avenue. Oh wait, that's
That's
Tremont.
that's way out there.
it's way off.
And where's the subway stop? On what street?
Across from yours? 179th Street, right? And 183rd?
On this side, you have all these stores and the delis, even between Anthony and Royal Avenue. You have about four or five delis, and they are all doing the business.
Right.
You have African stores, Peace and Love.
But all the sales are decreasing at
That's
Alvin.
what that's what I was trying to figure out.
That's the Grand Concourse.
Yeah, and then
So there's
that's what
nothing
we were
over
trying
here?
to figure out, but it was hard to just.
hard to see this map.
Hard
And
to see
even
that.
granting my license will not affect their sales.
Hold on one second. Can you come up, please? Can you tell me if?
No, up here.
Yeah, come here for a second. You wanted to show them. So, if this is the map.
That's the Grand Concourse.
Okay.
Besides Annika.
And where's Cabana? There, you're right here. He's right here. So what's over here? Is there any liquor stores over here?
Over here you have.
You can come up to.
Yeah, you can come up and then.
You have Valentine Avenue.
Right.
And this is just Webster Avenue.
So there's no liquor stores
There's
on
no
Webster
liquor
Avenue?
store on or Valentine. Yeah, that's really the question.
Okay.
All right.
Is that correct? This is Cabana. This is where you want to be. In this neighborhood here, there's none?
Except Annika. Okay, thank you. All right, I mean, that to me was the biggest question because, you know, the Grand Concourse, while it may be only 4 lanes, I think it is a major road in terms of people, the way they view it as well. And I think this being on the other side with the only other store being a 200 square foot liquor store, and nothing on this side of the Grand Concourse, I will approve.
I'll approve as well based on the same facts. I mean, the Grand Concourse is obviously, in my view, a barrier, and there really is nothing east of his proposed location. So it would seem to me that would definitely be an advantage to the people that are over there. Annika Liquor is on that side, but it's 200 square feet. which is one of the smallest stores I've seen in reviewing these applications. So I'll approve the application as well based on that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
2026, apartment 78.
78.
Hello, my name is Jose Mirandas. I'm the owner.
Sure. So the ALJ dismissed or did not sustain charges 2 and 3. I'll dismiss charge 2 and 3, sustain 1. And I have, but your adverse history makes me compels me to raise the fine to $3,000.
Are you the owner?
I'm the owner.
You see where this is, you're aware of your adverse history, correct?
Yes.
Do you see where this is heading?
Yes.
If you're back here again, that's probably it.
My thing is that he wanted me to email him. I had the contract. I have the proof that I emailed him on March 5th.
That's not the problem. The problem is it seems like since 2014, you've been in here regularly on some serious charges. I'm going to agree with the $3,000, but if you're back here while I'm still here, there's not going to be any money. We're going to take your license. Okay?
Can I say something?
That's a $3,000 fine, and dismiss charge 2 and 3.
But I just have a question. But why am I being fined if I have the proof of the contract? And I emailed.
Because they didn't have it when they were there. You're supposed to have it there.
I did have, but they wanted to leave, which he said to email it that following week, which I did. And I have the proof that I did.
Well, we're going on the hearing minutes, and the decision on the ALJ is that you didn't. There's certainly, you have an ability to go see a lawyer and appeal this, but that's the finding at this point.
Wow.
So $3,000 fine.
Thank you.
2040, Cathedral Wine and Liquors.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Guy Parisi. I represent the applicant. And her spouse is here. I understand that there is a letter of protest. I don't know if there are any other letters that came in. I'm aware of one. And that was dated
Yes, that's
July 3rd.
It was somebody who, it was.
We received
Oh, go ahead.
one on September 1st.
Oh, yes, I got that one.
I didn't see that one.
There you go.
I don't have the July one, do I?
July is in the pack. Like
Okay.
third page in.
Yep.
It appears to be the same one. Let's see who was above. Yes, it appears to be the same one as the July one. Has the authority received the letter that was sent by Towers on the Park condo? So I have extra ones. That was mailed out on August 31st.
Is there any new development in the area?
Yes, that's set forth in the Towers on the Park letter, which was sent to the authority. I have extra copies here I can hand up.
You can hand it up, please.
I also have a couple of petitions here.
Oh, thank you. Is, and maybe your clients know this, is Adele Wine and Liquors open?
I'm not aware of it. The only one I'm aware of is the one that is set forth in the...
No, 925 Columbus Avenue. Is that store open?
Hold on. Excuse me one second. Let me see. 924 Columbus?
925 Columbus. It's
Yes.
called Adele. Is it? Do they know if it's open? We didn't get any sales information.
I'm not aware. I assumed it was open. We listed it as one of the 4 closest stores.
Okay.
I would just like to point out there are two sets of petitions there. Conceitedly, there are 24 signatures on one and 26 on another, but the store is right adjacent to a cathedral a subway station. We have signatures from some of the commuters on the subway station, as well as some of the residents in the area. That's what the two petitions are for. I note that, first of all, that the letter of objection is inaccurate. The objector is not 4 blocks away, but it's 3 avenues west and 5 blocks south. Additionally, while I question the accuracy of their gross revenues, I think they really support another store. 2013 revenues were $353,555. 2014 revenues show an increase to of over $100,000, and the first 6 months of 2015 is 237. If you double that, it's an increase over to 474 from 457. So the pattern here is that there's an increase. Furthermore,
I'm sorry.
What's the name situation here? We got a letter from Cathedral Wine and Liquor at 301 Cathedral Parkway, but the numbers he's reading from, which are also on the letter, indicates that that's Manhattan Valley Wine and Spirits?
So Mass Enterprises is the corporate name of the DBA of Manhattan Valley. I don't know.
they're one and the same.
So she's
That's regarding, she says in her letter that, or whoever wrote this letter, Joseph Hargrave, it's regarding.
oh, I see, okay, I got it. Okay, I'm sorry, continue.
Oh, that's okay. So the sales are going up, and they're not on an increase. So I think really that supports the need of another store. In addition to the fact that the objector points out that 23% of his sales come from the cathedral area. There is a need there for a store. I walk the area myself. The only way you can get to the objector store is to walk or take a cab. It's 8 blocks away. It's a 15-minute walk. Additionally, there's a lot of growth in the area, as indicated by the letter from the Towers on the Park condominium, who is actually the landlord. There is a 600-unit property consisting of 3 buildings, 300 Cathedral Parkway, 220 Manhattan Avenue, and the range in value of the apartments is $700,000 for a 1-bedroom.
So you have 2 people standing there?
Yes, this is the applicant, and this is her husband, who is retired and will be helping her.
He's not going to have an ownership interest?
No, not unless the authority requires it, but...
No, can they just put their name in for the record?
Sure. State your name.
Or
My name?
his name.
Okay.
She's, okay, you're the applicant, right?
Yeah, my name is Maza.
Okay, thank you. And please.
I'm her husband. My name is Mr. Zide.
So how did you decide to open up a liquor store right here? Just kind of curious.
There's a need, there's nothing around there.
No, but I mean, you don't have prior experience in the liquor industry, neither one of you, right? So how did you decide that you wanted to open up a liquor store?
Actually, I have a friend. He has for 4, 5, 6 years, and I can learn from
He
him.
has 4, 5, 6 stores?
No. Years, and he had the experience of 6 years.
Oh, he has experience of 6
Yeah.
years?
And so-
and what's his role in the business? What's he going to be doing?
No, just if you give me some idea, and I will.
But he owns a store? He owns a liquor store?
No, he's not. He's worker.
He's a worker. He doesn't own any liquor stores.
I think so. I didn't ask him about that, but I just saw him that always he's working on that.
So why aren't you opening the store? Why is it your wife's store?
Who, me?
Yeah, I opened by myself, but my husband, he helped me. And then I'm sorry, it's my language
That's okay.
is very
Yeah,
poor,
it's okay.
I understand, but I have to try for work, and then my husband helped me because, he's retirement. And then I try, that's why.
You live right nearby, right? You live on 105th Street, right?
105 Street.
Okay. All right.
And maybe, this is a question for your attorney, but there was a map submitted with the application?
Yes.
Where by hand you have written in where the locations of the other stores are? Is there a reason the closest store is not on the map?
That's what I thought. That's weird.
Let me just see here.
980 Columbus. Oh, yeah. Where is that?
Other than the fact that I'm a poor Googler, I don't know. It's listed, though. The closest store is listed on the application.
No, I know. I don't think you're trying to pull, I'm just wondering if you did put it on the map, where it would be.
Let me just see here.
Obviously, it's south of 110th Street, correct?
Yes, it's 3 avenues west and 5 blocks south.
Well, it's right on Columbus. I see Columbus on the map, but I'm just trying to figure out how far north of 925 it would be. Is it 2-3 blocks north?
Yes.
I can Google that.
Oh, actually, it's a lot closer. Oh, let me see.
925.
Or is it right on the corner? Is it right on the corner of 110th?
Yeah, Central Park West, yeah.
It's on 110th in Columbus?
Yeah, Central Park, yeah, Columbus.
No, exactly.
I can't hear you.
I'm gonna Google it.
Can't open the
Central Park West, 110, yeah.
No, it says its address is on Columbus Avenue. So is it 110th in Columbus? Is that where that store's located?
I think it's like
Yeah.
this. So I think, oh shoot, their store, gosh, what's going on? It's right here, this is Columbus. Their store's right here, so it's really actually one and a half.
What is that, though? That's a 108. That's 108.
108th in Columbus, yeah. So it's really 2 blocks and 1 avenue, one and a half, almost 2 avenues over. 108th.
Yeah, I have 0.2 miles.
0.2 miles. Yeah, originally, based on your map representation, I was about to go ahead and approve, and then now I'm seeing that the closest one is a lot closer than 925 Columbus.
This one,
108 in Columbus.
Do you have this? So here's the applicant. And here's the. Here's the.
That's one,
That's the 980 Columbus, and here's the. That's a drive, so let's go. Wait, here's my car.
This will be the only open store. The others are all glass stores.
The 980 Columbus is
Yes.
a bulletproof store?
Yes, I'm told that all 4 of them. I know the one at 980 Columbus because I was over there.
Okay, so that's a bulletproof store?
Yes, it is.
And this one's going to be an open store?
Open store. And I'm advised that the other 3 closed their bulletproof stores as well.
You ready? Okay, based on the representation that all these, the closest stores are bulletproof, even the closest one is on the other side of Columbus Avenue, and being Manhattan and with the significant development and the support of the condo there and the location of a subway stop right there, I believe that public convenience and advantage would be furthered by approving this license, so
Well,
therefore I approve.
And your client's store isn't going to be bulletproof, correct?
No, it's not. Open store.
Right, and that would be a condition to the license.
Yes.
So they can't decide later that they're going to make it into bulletproof.
No, I think also the landlord is would prohibit it, has prohibited it.
All right, but based on that stipulation and the fact that the closest store is bulletproof, and their sales do indicate, even being bulletproof, that their sales are going up, as well as the next closest store's sales, I would approve the condo complex is in support, and with the stipulation that it not be bulletproof, I'll approve the license.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone else signed in.
A couple of people by that place this morning.
Oh, you did?
That's a huge complex.
Yeah.
you like to continue with the rest of the items?
Oh, they're all leaving? They're done?
Mm.
No gifts today?
Who's that other guy?
That guy offered us a gift last week from Webster. Oh, somebody walked out with him?
Yeah, well, he went out the other door. The friend of 4 to 6 years.
Well,
I don't.
Friend of what?
write that down. Oh, you don't think they're even married? Well, write it.
Just a mean jaded person.
Write it down and send somebody out in 2 months.
Seriously?
Okay, let's start with
I have no problem with that. If they come in here in 2 months, it's gone.
All right.
2014.
And then remind me I
Can you
said
give me
that.
1 minute?
Sure.
1 minute, just.
Gotta wait until they get licensed.
Gotta
Okay,
send
then I
us
can
one
finish
email.
this one, so 2.
Mute for a minute. Mute it for a minute.
I am.
Good. All right, 2014.
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
2015.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
16.
Offer of CNB, accept.
Accept.
17.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
Actually, the CNC letter says 2,300.
2,300?
Yes, I do see that.
It's 2,300.
We'll go with the
I'll accept,
2,300
Yeah,
then.
whatever they offer, 2,300.
$2019.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
2020.
Offer CNB, accept.
Accept.
2021.
Because yes?
They didn't submit any, they actually purchased a scanner, so I was just gonna ask that before you, I'm sorry, I was gonna ask that before you accept, maybe it be put over for proof of the scanner purchase.
Okay.
Or we could just send somebody, you can accept this, we could send somebody
Yeah,
out.
I'll accept it and we'll
if they
send somebody, because the first 3 sales to minors was a part of a nuisance abatement. So even though this is the 4th one technically, but second one with notice, I'll accept the offer of 30-day suspension, 10,000 civil penalty, and we'll send somebody over to check the scanner.
So 10,000 civil penalty, 30-day suspension, ATAP training, and proof of an ID scanner?
Sounds good.
Okay,
That was
accept.
their offer, yes.
2022.
So this one, they shot somebody, but they shot at threatening patrons, so was it self-defense? And because there's no other charge around it, so it's hard to.
It sounds like it was.
Sounds like it was.
Two customers who were not allowed in were trying to force their way in, and he shot them.
But I still.
Did he get? We don't know if he got arrested.
I don't know, and I wanted to follow up because I just have an issue with a licensee shooting anybody for any reason.
But if they were licensed, right? But if they're protecting themselves.
And he's
It
a
doesn't
license. It's a former NYPD officer, so I'm assuming he's. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm
Yeah, I'm
assuming he's
just-
licensed.
You hope. It's a club license.
Right.
It sounds. like something that might be happening in a small town, but it's happening in New Rochelle. This club has how many members? It was a very
So what do you want to
small-
do?
I just wanted more information, so I apologize that the memo was not more detailed, and I did not have a
Okay.
chance to follow
Well,
up.
and find out if he got arrested and licensed and all of that.
So what are we doing, sending it back?
Yes.
Send it back.
Send back to council. So, dump it?
Oh, I don't need to save that
We
then.
don't need to save it,
No,
right?
don't save
Okay.
it. We'll come back hopefully with a better memo. 2023?
This has been, all the violations have been fixed, and I'm okay with the offer of 400, otherwise it's 1,000. Why do I have that?
Okay.
Counteroffer of 1,000?
No, it says that they were all fixed.
Oh, they're all fixed. I'll accept 400.
They're saying it was with New York City Department of Health. And they fined him 600. He's been maintained in A grade. I'll accept 400.
Okay, 400.
2024?
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
2025?
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
2027?
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
On 2027?
This one wasn't
Charges were
sustained.
not
right.
sustained? Did I have that wrong on the?
Why was it dismissed?
There is an affirmative defense that if you're relying on a fake ID, an ID that you believe to be correct, that is an affirmative defense. I have to see if the green card is actually one of the items that it lists, if the ALJ got it right.
So otherwise, all the other elements seem to have been there.
I don't think there was any witness testimony, though.
No. It says, "It shall be an affirmative defense that such person had produced a photographic identification card apparently issued by a governmental entity, and that the alcohol beverage had been sold, delivered, or given to such person in reasonable reliance upon such identification." Now, we don't have anything that says a green card.
Well, that's definitely a government entity.
Government issued, so.
Dismissed.
All right, dismissed.
2028?
Offer of 10,000, accept.
He actually asked if he could lower.
No, because it was under 18.
2028 is
Oh,
more
I'm sorry.
famous.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2028.
You guys both throw them out?
It's a sale to minor.
That was
after
not
hearing
sustained.
the
Right,
only
that was the
evidence
dismiss.
That was the dismiss, right?
2028 was a dismissed.
2027 was dismissed.
You were dismissing 2027 because of the affirmative defense. 2028 was also after.
Oh, I
hearing
was reading the
charge
wrong
not
one. All right, so we got to go back.
Me too. How did that happen? No, we canceled for the record on 27, didn't we?
That was 2026.
We're all off a number.
I didn't have 2026 in front of me, but Secretary called 2026 and
We
you
didn't.
said
Yeah, I don't have
cancel.
it in front of me either.
Hold on, 2026.
I think we're off a number. We went from 25 to 27.
We did.
Right.
When 2026
But
was
27
called.
is canceled for the record.
Sorry, honey, I would normally.
Yes.
So yeah, because you don't have 26.
I don't have 26. 2027 is the sale to minor with the affirmative
2026
defense.
was called before Apartment 78, so that's why you don't have it in your pile? You already voted on it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Okay.
20.
So
That was 3,000,
Right.
dismissed 2 and 3?
So 2027 was
Is the affirmative
But it's
defense.
been canceled already.
the license was already canceled.
So we canceled
Correct,
it for
but
the record.
if you're dismissing the charge, then you're
Judge-
dismissing it. If you're,
I see. Okay.
The judge didn't sustain the charge, so even
I
though
see
they're
what you're saying.
canceled,
Okay, so we dismiss that. On
Dismiss.
2027, we're dismissing the charge.
We're dismissing it.
Green cards are acceptable form of ID?
I thought there was a
well,
list.
I didn't, but the ALJ ruled
They're not.
They're not?
that's it's
It
not
says
listed.
governmental issued.
That's in the affirmative defense.
Yeah, that's not, yeah.
The affirmative defense
States
doesn't say
government.
that, the green card, the affirmative defense simply says
Government issued, right?
government
So
issued.
why wouldn't green card
But
be
then there
government?
are other portions that say what is acceptable ID, but
the
in the
military ID,
long run, since the license is already canceled,
Yeah, we're not
not
going to send
sending
that
it for
back.
alternative
No.
findings.
Right.
Right.
So we're going to dismiss
Just so we're.
because the license is canceled.
All right, in
So now we're
2020
on 2028.
Correct.
Now that's where I had a question, that this wasn't sustained because there was no witness testimony?
The ALJ said it was not sufficient evidence. She did not accept.
Does that this is just a general question, does that happen regularly if we don't put any witnesses on? If we just use documents?
It tends to happen more often than not. It also depends upon what the evidence is. If there's an affidavit from an underage agent,
Okay.
it would be different than just a summons.
Okay.
All right, so we didn't have that affidavit? Okay.
No, so dismiss.
2029.
No, this is offer of 10,000, I accept.
Okay, I accept.
2030.
500, sale to non-member.
500,
2031.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
accept.
2032.
New owners with no alcohol sale.
And of course, there's no date.
I had cancel and bond.
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay.
Cancel and bond.
2036.
How do people not show up for a package store application?
2030.
Out in Oneida County. It's kind of a haul.
I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah, I was actually okay
The
with it.
hotel has to close.
That's,
The ho-
well, yeah.
Correct? The hotel has a permit, and that's the closest liquor store, and it's
Right, okay.
11 miles.
All right, I approve.
So I approve.
I was okay with it, I just don't.
That's why they're not here, correct? Because this is,
You never know why
this
they're
is
not
like way
here.
up north.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah.
It's still part of our state. Come on.
So now we
Yeah,
have to
so that's
notify-
approved.
We have to know the,
All right.
notify the hotel that they have to close their liquor store.
It sounds like it's a closet.
Yeah.
2041.
I deny. It's like 3 miles from previous in a town of 820 people.
Also 218 square feet.
It is.
Just odd.
I really wanted to talk to these people, because I do, if it's all New York wine, I don't think I have an issue with it.
We want to have them come in.
Hold it over.
Sure. Let's have them come in.
I mean, the protesters are obviously very strongly against. They didn't show up either, I take it?
I think they'll want to come in if you're
All right.
considering it. Otherwise, I had a denial.
All right, we'll deny it. Just deny it.
Just deny it for,
For no public convenience
No
and
public
advantage.
convenience and advantage.
I think within 8 miles out there, which, you know, is all driving communities, you have about 500 square feet.
We just did a store last year, I believe.
Yes, we
In
just
Sloansville,
approved the store in Sloansville.
which is 4.6 miles away.
Second closest store, so
okey-doke.
deny.
2045.
2045. I have here, licensee says he's the sole owner, but I had questions about that. DJ, he's using a DJ which wasn't in the method of operation. So why isn't there a charge for that? Because it says there's a DJ being used and it's not in the MO, but we didn't charge him with it. There's a veiling going on.
This investigator is retired, correct?
Yes. Yes, and additionally, the letter from the licensee doesn't address the DJ because the DJ was not charged. But the cabaret was.
Oh,
I'm assuming this is low for obvious reasons.
what's the obvious reason?
That we don't have a witness.
2014.
Huh? We don't have a witness.
Age.
Oh. All right, I'll accept the offer.
Except
2046.
Offer 4,000, accept.
2047.
Offer 5,500, accept.
2048.
Offer of 3,500.
It's not
Wasn't
an
an
offer.
offer.
No, it's
It
a
was not an offer.
penalty.
It's an imposition of penalty. 18 years and under.
What'd you offer? 35?
3,500,
3,500.
2049.
I had 8,500. The DJ.
I'll agree with that. 8,500.
2050.
As the workers' comp?
Yeah, they said that the people were not working there, that they were just helping out.
Charge has been sustained.
Yeah.
Do they have workers' comp now, do we know?
We don't have that information, but I can adjourn it and we can find out because we have access to the workers' comp. If their position is still that they don't,
Well, they would go in and give them a stop work order anyway. So that's just fine. 3,000.
3,000.
20, 51, and 52?
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
20, 53?
Another workers' comp, sustained.
and they got the policy reinstated.
They did?
That's my question on this. Did they, I couldn't understand this. Did they actually ever lose coverage? Or did they get notified that you were about to lose coverage?
I don't know, and I don't know that I did not know these cases were going to hearing when we had put these all aside, and this one attorney has apparently done 2 hearings on these cases.
What did you find?
I sustained the charge, but well, in terms of how much,
Well, we had this issue the last time. That was the other hearing, and I said it was unclear from the ALJ's decision of did they not have coverage or did they have coverage? If the letter says I'm reinstating it back to this date,
Does notice
that
of
mean you never
reinstatement.
lapsed?
That's, yeah, if you're reinstating, then
It
it's
means the
lapsed.
notice of cancellation effective January 6th is hereby, superseded.
Right.
Coverage has been reinstated without lapse for the policy period noticed above.
without lapse.
Without lapse.
That's what all the letters apparently seem to have. So they've come into compliance, which is our biggest concern. I don't know on the penalty.
I don't know that you can,
Can we? Yes.
if there's no lapse, I don't know that we can say they had improper conduct.
What was the
This was a notification that they were about to lapse, right?
No, we charge them for failure to maintain workers' comp. And they received based on the notice of cancellation.
The charge is not maintaining it. They didn't maintain it because if they had maintained it, they would need to be
Oh, the charge
reinstated.
is failure to maintain?
That's the language, that's the language in it.
Okay.
Conduct in
Oh,
failing
then
to
we're fine.
maintain.
All right, so then they definitely didn't do that. All right, sustain the charge and,
How much, 1,000?
yeah,
All right, 1,000.
1,000.
2054.
I had 3,000. I don't know where they came up with 500. So counter of 3,000. It was for noise.
That's fine. Counter offer.
Second time.
56.
They had live entertainment. Are they all in compliance with it? They have to offer of 5,000. I had a counter of 6,500.
Okay, counter offer 6,500.
2057.
6,000. Second untaxed cigarette.
Okay, 6,000.
2058.
No bouncers on duty. Second charge. I said, I counter 2,500.
Counter 2,500.
2059.
Offer revocation and bond accept.
No, that's actually
No,
wrong.
it's not 3,500.
Yeah, it's 3,500.
It's 3,500.
That's what I thought. I said, oh, offer 3,500, okay,
Offer
but no
3,500.
DJ. Make sure they have no DJ somehow.
I'll accept.
Do you want
3,500.
enforcement to go out?
Yes, please. Was-
This is surrendered.
2060.
Cancel for the record and accept the, or do we just accept the bond?
Yeah, just accept the bond.
Okay, accept the bond.
Accept the bond.
2062.
I had a counter of 3,000. So 2 charges.
Okay, counter 3,000.
2063.
Failing janitor claimed to be the owner, maximum. I mean, there was an availing issue here where the janitor claimed to be the owner. How come that they weren't charged with availing?
Because we didn't have any other evidence other than
Just
a
what he claimed?
statement. It wasn't
Okay, I'll
financial
accept the
record
offer,
answer.
4,000 then.
Accept.
2064.
1,000?
1,000.
2065.
It's okay with the letter of warning here, or 500, because they had no adverse history. They're very good
We
at
can do a
history.
letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
2066.
It's actually a CNC, not a no contest because.
Yeah, this is asking for 500. I'm good
Right.
with 500.
500.
2067.
5,500.
5,500.
2068.
Offer of CMB accept.
Accept.
2069.
Offer of 2,500 accept.
Accept.
2070.
Counter 3,000 based on their history. It's,
Counter 3,000.
2071.
7,500 counter.
Counter 7,500. Is that what you said?
Wait, this is a yeah, 7,500.
Yep, 7,500.
2072, there was a revised offer of cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
2073.
Offer of 2,500 accept.
Accept.
74.
500.
500.
75.
Offer of letter of warning accept.
Accept.
76.
Offer of 1,500 accept.
Accept.
2077.
Offer of 2,500 accept.
Accept.
78 and 79.
Okay, now this was like a little trickery kind of, or is it that they ended up, was this our fault that it kind of got sent in separately, or was it just that they're responding to it, consolidating the two notice of pleadings?
Notice of pleadings went out separately.
Right, because if it were in the normal course of action and we saw it on two separate occasions, the total fine would be something like
Yeah.
$16,000.
Well, that's what I have written down, that it should be
Yeah.
at least 12.
Yeah, that's what I had. And so I said if
Sir.
consolidating, then 12,000. So counter at 12.
Okay, because these were all NYPD referrals that came in separately, notices of pleading
Right,
went out
so they knew it.
But do you know when the first notice of pleading went out?
Yeah, it's right there. The first notice of pleading went out on April 16th.
All right, so
For the
yeah,
March
what'd you say,
charge.
12?
Yes.
Counter 12,000.
2080.
So license was surrendered, so just accept the offer.
Accept.
2081.
Yeah,
I
this
thought
offer
this
was
was
super low.
extremely low.
Yeah,
So you could just send it back to counsel's office
Or
if
just
you
counter?
have a number, you can make it.
yeah, I mean, in total it'd be about 15,000, but they paid 5,000 to NYPD as a stip. I'm okay with going with 10,000.
Already had nuisance abatement action.
All these charges are the big problems in this neighborhood.
My question is, all right, counter offer up to what?
10,000.
10,000.
Okay. 2082.
Offer of 8,000 accept.
Accept.
83.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
2084, we received a late CNC plea yesterday of $1,000.
Accept.
Accept.
2085.
250. They've been in business for over 10 years.
250.
2089.
2,500.
2,500.
2087.
This is workers' comp too.
Was that 186 in that 2089?
Whoops, sorry.
I had
did I get
4K, 4,000 plus whatever the workers' comp penalty was
2086,
going to
it's
be.
still a minor.
You said 2089.
779.
Hey, I have 5 total, so
5,000.
2093, I have a request by the representative to adjourn to 921. It's out of town.
Okay.
Okay.
2094.
7 months of availing.
It's not a default. I'm sorry,
It is a default,
it is a
right?
default.
Okay.
There is an offer on the sheet, but there's no offer.
And my question is this, it appears he sold the business and never told us.
Correct, so you can.
So does the
cancel.
guy that bought the business, is the business still open?
Well, that's why there's the availing
denied-
charge.
We denied the application for cause for them availing it.
Okay, I see.
So it's a
Okay.
cancel and bond.
Right.
Okay, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Counteroffer.
Counter.
Yes.
Well, it's not a counteroffer, it's a default.
Are you saying there's no,
They made an offer on the sheet, there's an offer.
No, it's not an
There's
offer, it
no-
can't be.
No,
There's a
there's no
default.
CNC There's
Just
no
where'd that come from then?
CNC memo
All
or
right,
offer.
I'll take that out.
Here.
2095,
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
2096.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
97,
Cancel and bond. Sale without appropriate license.
Okay, cancel and bond.
I have a bond. 2098,
License
So,
surrender.
yeah, so is it just accept the offer?
yes.
Accept.
2101,
Why this is weird.
This is,
CPR.
yeah, and then there's a letter in here that doesn't relate, the pleading form doesn't relate to the charge.
yeah,
But it's not having a CPR device and it's a no contest, so.
but the bouncer was cleaning snow. I didn't write it.
I don't know.
So it's,
Unless it's something
you
you're
make
supposed to go to a
something.
different one.
We all make mistakes.
there's no CNC though, right? So this is just a straight no contest, $1,000?
Correct.
Or letter of warning even? What is a CPR?
It's a
They didn't have a
CPR.
CPR kit, so.
Okay, letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
So I think it's a local
How
regulation.
do you know?
2102,
Okay, counter at 6,000 only because the second one was, I mean, not only, but partly because it was right after we
Yes, that's what
fined
I
them.
have, exactly. 6,000.
Glad we're thinking more alike.
2102A,
Offer of CMB, accept.
Accept.
and then 2102B, reconsideration. Carrie?
Can I see
Oh,
that one? I don't,
That's the
I don't have
600
that.
Culver. I don't have that.
Here.
I have it, you can read it.
I emailed the representative while we were meeting about who was going to be at the premises.
Right.
And he said at any time they were open, one or the other of the principals will be at the licensed premises. When it was denied, the disapproval letter in the packet was based on a prior application.
It was the
So they
manager.
modified, this representative wasn't the representative at that time, modified the application, removed the manager,
The problem was the husband.
the husband as
Right.
well, and, yeah, and.
So is he gonna be
this is a
involved?
different application.
Well, they say he's not
Say no.
involved.
I don't know.
Do you want them to come in?
Yes.
Yes, I think we need to have them come in and tell us that, because
921.
There's no Utica Police Department objection to this application.
There's not.
Not to this one, no, the one that we had was for a
All
prior
right, well,
application.
let's approve it and send enforcement out, and if he's there in any capacity,
Have an issue with the continuing stipulation that,
right, that,
continuing condition that we.
that he should not be there, period.
Right.
Not even be on premise.
I mean, she's still,
Can you do that? Can you keep someone out of,
Yes, we can say you cannot have anything to do with the business, paid or unpaid.
Or-
You can't
but
pick
can
a
he be a
napkin up off the
customer?
floor.
can he be a,
If you want to tell him you can't go in there,
We actually did that to someone's.
oh, you did? Oh, someone's son.
yeah, there are no
I
protests.
mean, we don't have to tell him that, but there will be certain assumptions made if somebody walks in and he's in there.
But let's make it clear.
Okay.
Just say if he shouldn't be there.
I mean, she's gonna be a nurse and run this business?
Well, the other, you have the other principal, Dominic Rose, is also, one of them will be there. He's not continuing his employment.
And you're saying now that the Utica Police protested the original one and we
Did
just,
not send in a protest for
did they
it.
get notified?
Yes.
Oh, they did, but they didn't affirmatively say
Well,
it's
the
okay.
let me put it this way, the municipality got notified,
Notified.
and that's what happened with the first application as well. So
'Cause
we
they're
can hold it over
convinced.
and have them come in if you want.
They're convinced that he's
gonna be involved in some
Yeah.
way. That was the original.
That's what their
Chuck
concern is.
Nochi is the representative on this, who is the one who told us that they had no objection to it, but we can hold it over and.
Oh,
have
the
them come in.
representative represented it? No, I wanna hear from the Utica Police.
Okay.
Because that was one of the basis of denying.
That was my main one, is that they're the ones who know what this guy is about.
And we did not receive any objection for this, but I can certainly hold this over and reach out to them.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
921, and what about 2013D?
What was that?
Space Bar Cafe?
Oh, I think that's something we held over, but it wasn't on the calendar.
I have a matter not on the calendar as well. but I need a calendar number for.
2102D. You're saying
D was probably from last time, but it was a holdover, right? Oh, no,
I had
you have it.
9-9 as a holdover from 9-9.
What's the name on it?
I mean, not 9-9, it was a holdover from 9-1, Space Bar Cafe.
Yeah, I have it as 9-9 on my desk too, but it wasn't on the calendar, so I didn't.
adjourned to today, but it wasn't on the calendar.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
adjourned to today, but it wasn't on the calendar. Yeah, that's,
So then what happens to
just
it?
keep it.
Okay.
Don't throw it away.
I'll need
I will
secretary
have to.
Need secretary to give a number to this item. I spoke to you individually regarding.
Wait, we're
man-
done, right? Let's get.
No.
Oh, no,
Oh,
no, yeah,
okay.
This has got to be on, this is other business.
Okay.
Regarding Manlius Duck was an application before, a disciplinary matter before the members on 5/5. And it was returned to council's office to have, returned to ALJ Romeo Council's office to reopen hearing on charge 2 and 3 and 4 in the amended notice of pleading. The charges, after speaking to the prosecutor, were the same charge. There would be no new facts presented at a new hearing, and they were a little confused. So individually, in speaking, you agreed that it would go for alternate findings rather than for a rehearing. And I just
Well-
want that now to be,
Yes, at the meeting, I noted that the ALJ was wrong. She didn't let the attorney amend the notice of pleading at that time, which the ALJ doesn't have the authority to deny a motion to amend the notice of pleading. The authority can amend the notice of pleading at any time. We don't need the request of the ALJ. So the ALJ was wrong in denying it, and the facts were the same as
So
the
a new
charges, so we could have just ruled that day.
Okay, so then what are we doing?
we send it back for alternate findings rather than for a new hearing.
Okay.
Okay, send it to alternate findings rather than the
And
hearing.
so that no one
Rehearing.
thinks this is going into my house.
Oh, do you want
wanna
me to
send
tell
that to
Rob
Rob
Skeen to pick
Skeen,
it
or-
up?
Yes, it's heavy.
Because that's probably I'm
You don't wa-
guessing, a $75 book.
I think it's over $15, yeah.
Oh, my God, and it is autographed.
Is it really? To Chairman Bradley? No, just kidding.
It says, "Make it nice."
No, but who's it? Daniel?
Daniel.
both of them.
And
Oh, he probably goes around, it was probably a copy that he did.
Yes, we're
Yes,
adjourned.
let's be done.
Yes, and Jackie has the book, for the record.
Oh, my
Are we
God.
off?